Work Session for today's date of Thursday, May 13th. And we're going to go ahead and begin. My fellow board members, I want you to notice that we now have official stationery.
Yes, and thank you for our bows. That's a perfect touch.
But I want y'all to know that Charles Creel was just, yes,
He's the best.
he was a huge help. And we would have had them last month, but then, you know, the envelopes came in too late or they were the wrong size. But anyhow, as if you write as many notes as I do, I'm out, and Tracy was just telling me she's out. But anyhow, take them home and enjoy it. They're about, now, if you count them and you say, I got shorted less, I only have 99, too bad, so sad. They're about 100. Give or take. And so anyhow, enjoy. And we thought it was nice to have our official seal. And so there you go. And again, Charles is already gone, but thank you. And you're welcome about the boats. I just thought we needed to be fast.
Madam Presiding Officer, I would like to acknowledge that I'm so proud of my name tag, and I noticed a couple of our members told me they did not have one, and I would like for us to make sure.
Yeah,
Just a
I
bit.
have one. Do our new members, do y'all have, all right, do you have the button? Okay, and you
They don't have
the
the name tag either.
Okay, neither or. Okay. Yeah, we have that's the one to get you sort of in and out, but no, you need, let me write myself in, on my new note card, let me write it.
I think Dr. Boyd will handle that.
Sure.
Wait a minute.
Since I already congratulated him for his service.
Yeah.
All right, name tags, and I'm just gonna call them the buttons. I think
Those are beautiful.
They are. Do any of our other board members that maybe have washed it and is missing theirs? I've known
I've
mine
done the
to,
virtual, so
Yeah.
I haven't been.
or you find them on the inside of your dryer stuck in there because they're magnetic. Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to start with number 1, updates from the state superintendent. Dr. Boyd, would you be so kind to
Yes,
start the
ma'am.
ball rolling, please?
Absolutely. And good morning.
Good morning.
To everyone. The first item on the agenda is a presentation regarding Montgomery Public Schools. I'm going to ask Mr. Terry Roller to come up with me here, and we'll share some information. While Mr. Roller's coming up, I'll ask Charles Creel to pull up the PowerPoint.
Dr. Boyd, or any of the members of the Montgomery School Board here with us?
Absolutely, Ms. Ziegler. We have several members of that, and I'll go ahead and let
Would you
I'll turn it over to
introduce them,
Dr. Moore at this point to introduce the
Dr.
individuals
Moore?
here.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Yes, we have several board members with us. We'll let them
Please
introduce
stand.
themselves as we go.
Please.
I appreciate them being here with us today.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak with you. I am Brenda Duranus Coleman, a member of the proud member of the Montgomery County Board of Education.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Erica Smith, member of the Montgomery County Board of Education, and very delighted to be here.
Good morning, I'm Claire Wheel, I'm president of the Montgomery County Board of Education, and I am very proud to be here as well.
Good morning, everyone. I am Claudia Mitchell, and I am Vice President of the Montgomery County Board of Education, and delighted to be here.
Well, thank you for joining us.
One more.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, my fault.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Arthur Weiss. I serve as Chief School Financial Officer with Montgomery Public Schools, and happy to be here.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry, I was rude.
And I'm Ann Moore, superintendent.
Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
like to comment, Dr. Moore is a former superintendent in Huntsville, my neighbor, and I do appreciate it and congratulate you on the excellent work you've done in your new position.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Dr. Boyd?
Good, thank you. Again, it's great to have Montgomery here at our state board meeting. And the purpose of this presentation here is to share the intervention process that has taken place with Montgomery Public Schools. The gentleman to my left, Mr. Terry Rolla, started back on March the 31st, 2018 with MPS and started that particular process. Actually, he was introduced on May the 31st and started on June the 1st and has worked real close with Montgomery Public Schools. So what we want to do is we want to share the whole process that took place, share with you the data that we've collected, and make a formal presentation about the intervention process and the release of Montgomery from state intervention. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Roller at this point.
So I would like to say good morning to the State School Board and members, and say thank you very much for this opportunity to be present, to present our process. As you know, this is something that we've worked very hard to give Montgomery stability over the past several years, and so I'm very excited to be able to show the things that took place. I'm pointing in which direction?
Technology. Great.
Been doing flip chart, I go up and flip the pages.
Or hold your tongue.
We gotta change our.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, that's okay, thank you. So the first item that I want to show in our presentation is that initially there was a letter issued that highlighted 7 deficiencies that were the prevailing issues that we needed to address as we moved into the intervention and takeover of Montgomery Public Schools. Those items were highlighted in a show cause letter. So in the document that you see before you is a snapshot and a sample of that show cause letter, and it listed those 7 deficiencies. They were financial procedures, CNP procedures, student transportation, so on and so forth. And so when you ask, what does that mean, 7 deficiencies? Those were the issues that were disruptive to the major operations of what was going on in the school. If you look at financial procedures, you could have a myriad of things that go in to that make up financial procedures. And we're going to give you some examples of big items that were part of day-to-day operation that affected across the board the district in a substantial way that we had to address. And so student achievement, college and career readiness rates, the gap between college and career ready and graduation rate, and then we have a final item called other information, which is the accreditation process. The first thing that we did when we came in July was, at the time, Montgomery Public Schools had not chosen a CFO, a Chief Schools Financial Officer. And there's some conversations going back and forth. And now when you fast forward and you look at some of the things that have occurred over the past, we'll say 13 or 14 months, you guys are very much aware of some of the financial issues and concerns that have been brought to light in some of the mainstream media. You've seen some of those things. I'm delighted to say that our first action was to hire the gentleman seated to my right, Mr. Watts, that just stood up. He had an outstanding track record coming from a large urban school district with a substantial budget. He had done a lot of work. He's a leader throughout the chief school financial officer community. Mr. Craig had interacted with him in a similar district. A lot of people knew his value and worth and what he was capable of doing. So the first item that we did of intervention in July of 2018 was to use the authority given to the state takeover chief administrative officer to place, under Dr. Mackey's leadership, Arthur Watts. And as you look backward at the work that has occurred, you can see he's done an outstanding job. So that was the first item that we did. The next item was looking at the requirements that come from the State Department is having a balanced budget turned in on time every year. We had gone several years without having a budget turned in on time. As a matter of fact, when Mr. Watts came in, after that July 1st movement that we made, the budget from that year that they were supposed to have turned in back in the fall was still out. So in 8 weeks' time, we hired this gentleman, and he came in and turned the budget in 8 weeks. And while doing that in 8 weeks, it was, he identified that there were going to be some deficiencies, but for the most part, he tried to balance what we had. Then he had to turn around and engage the entire district, 50-plus schools, all the operations, all the individuals that are in leadership, deal with HR, all the needs that we're developing, and do another budget before that school year got started good. So he did 2 budgets. I think I still owe him a trip to the Bahamas because it was already scheduled and he had to cancel it to get the budget in on time. But that was just 2 examples of what we knew he was capable of doing. We knew that it was almost insurmountable for him to come in and do 2 budgets at the same time, and he successfully completed those budgets. And that was one of the things that we knew was an issue. It had been several years without a budget being turned in and balanced on time, and he did those 2 things right away. So when you look at those numbers there, you can see beginning balance, ending balance, and 1-month reserve. And you look at 2017 when the intervention started. If you look down at the bottom, you'll see that there's a number in red. That means that that number is short of the 1-month operating cost that they were supposed to have. But if you look at the following years, 18, 19, and 20, you can see that that number is in green. They started increasing the 1-month reserve, and to date, they're still doing a fantastic job with managing money, looking at staff, dealing with attrition, balancing needs, looking at operational costs, capital improvement, so on and so forth, and they're doing an outstanding job with that. Just a quick snapshot. I like to use this slide came from Mr. Watts as we were building this. Here's a 36,000 foot view. $13 million budget deficit. There were over 240 staff members. We had to look at either attrition, retirement, non-renewal, and then we had to get a 1-month operating balance in the bank. That's the 36,000 foot view. That's the financial requirements that we had in front of us. That's what the task that we had to accomplish, and that's what we did. What made up the procedures that we had to work on? And remember, all of these items that we're showing, they're indicated by Roman numerals. The 7 show cause. So one of the things that we needed to work on was child nutrition. We did not have a C&P director. We had to hire one. We had to use industry standards, best practices, and what people in the business do to make things work, to properly feed our students, and to staff the operations to be able to feed our students properly. You don't get to say, hey, I need another C&P manager or another lady on the line in this place because it's a big school. No, we're looking at the meals per labor hour. How many meals are you serving for those students? How are you balancing and managing your operation and your ordering of supplies and commodities and materials and so forth? So they looked at best practices when operating their child nutrition programs. Because remember, those are one of the places where you can generate enough revenue to cover your costs. And those can also be one of the places where you can lose funding. We know that during our shutdown, we tried to continue to feed our students across the state of Alabama, and we had to make sure that for the lunches and the breakfasts and the meals that we delivered, students were receiving those because those are things that are charged back and can be reimbursable. So it was very difficult to make sure that we continue to do those things, but also to make sure we have the proper participation and the procedures are followed. So we started following procedures like we're supposed to. Transportation. We had to hire a transportation director. Now, let me stop you. We had to hire a financial officer. Okay, that's important. We had to hire a C&P director. That's a big place to lose money. That's important. And then another big ticket item where you lose money is transportation. We had to hire one of those. So you're talking about 30,000 students, over 50 schools, and transporting a high poverty, high needs community. This was critical too. We had to purchase new buses. We had to purchase new routing software. We had to purchase, professional development opportunities to make sure the people that were working in these specific areas along the way were doing the right things efficiently to be successful at running an organization like this. So that was our third big hire. The next slide, we're going to start talking about some academic components. I'm going to yield to Dr. Boyd to start on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Roller. So in order to cover the next bulleted items, these are components 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the deficiencies. It's important to have a review of our report card. So on the left-hand side is a pie graph of a school without a grade 12. So there are 4 performance standards associated with the report card in that particular case. The report card is based on a 0 to 100 point scale. And academic achievement corresponds to 40% of the total. Academic growth is 40% of the total report card. Chronic absenteeism is 15%, and progress in EL proficiency is 5%. So if there is a school with a grade 12, then of course you'll have a high school component, a graduation component. The graduation rate and the college and career readiness rate is also calculated in that, giving you 6 performance standards there. So all this is determined how well our schools are doing across the state, how well our district is doing, and how well the state is doing. Very important because a lot of those things are tied to the performance of Montgomery Public Schools. So if we're in the business of teaching and learning, then it's important that we look closely at the academic achievement, growth, and all these other subcomponents associated with the report card. So the report card grades are given here to you. So 2017, Montgomery had a 69, a 2018 and a 70, and in 2019, a 74. So when you look at the baseline information from 2017 all the way to 2019, there's a 5-point growth increase between the baseline and the final year of this study, which is 2019. Keep in mind that we don't have any data for 2020 because of COVID, and of course for 2021 we won't have any either. So the report card, as I stated below, is based on subcomponents. The 3 major subcomponents are there on the right. So in this particular slide shows the percentage of schools that have increased, comparing it year by year and then comparing the baseline to the last year. So from 2017 to 2018, 58% of the schools increase in terms of academic achievement. Again, this is one of the subcomponents of the report card. From 2018 to 2019, 86%, and then comparing 2017 to 2019 overall, 86% of the schools improved in the area of academic achievement. So looking at it from a different perspective, this is the percentages of schools by accountability report card in 2017 to 2018, and we have it broken down by the 3 different levels. So in some studies or some data that's revealed, sometimes it looks really good when you look at it at a district level. But when you break it down by the elementary, middle school, and high school, you really see where the changes occur at. Because keep in mind, it's a lot more difficult to move up scores at the high school level than it is at the elementary level. So the bar graphs are colored blue for elementary, orange, red, dark orange for middle school, and a yellowish orange for high school. So you can see from 2017 to 2018, 43% and 89% and 88% correspondingly. What's really telling and really amazing, if you look at the overall 2017 to 2019, 87% of the elementary schools improve, 78% of the middle schools improve, and a whopping 100% of the high schools improve. That is truly remarkable work in Montgomery. It's to be commended for that good effort. Looking at student achievement, and here's another way that sometimes data can sometimes not show exactly what it should be, but to really know whether or not a difference is being made is you have to look at the lower performing schools. Based on federal government guidelines, we have to classify the bottom 5% of our schools as CSI schools. So the CSI schools are the bottom 5% across the state. So in this particular case, we looked at the data in 2 different classifications, CSI schools and non-CSI schools. And the reason why this is so important, again, is because it's those bottom schools that are hard to move, the schools that are in the blue graph. So looking at 2017 to 2018, in this case here, 40% of the CSI schools went up, 64% of the non-CSI schools went up. But look at 2018 to 2019, look at that change, that huge transformation there. 93% of the schools that were CSI schools went up in 2018 to 2019, and 82% of the non-CSI schools. Looking at it from a holistic point of view, comparing the baseline to the final, 100% of the CSI schools went up, which is really, really good. That means that a lot of work is being done in those schools that had performed at the lower level on the report card, and 79% of the non-CSI schools went up. So looking at academic achievement by the huge high flyers, these schools we really want to spotlight because they've really done some impressive work when comparing the baseline to the final year. But Highland Avenue scored a 55 on the report card, but in 2019 they scored a 78. That's 23 points increased on the report card looking at the 4 performance standards that we talked about before. Halcyon, 13 points increase. Morris Elementary, 13-point increase. Carver Elementary School, 13-point increase. Fitzpatrick, 13 points increase. Lanier High School, 13-point increase. And E.D. Nixon also increased by 13 points. So The fifth point I would like to make here, and this is based on the letter that Mr. Rolla talked about before with the 7 deficiencies. This relates to deficiency number 5, which is college and career readiness. In this particular case, we want to show how our schools have improved. So we're comparing CSI schools to non-CSI schools there. In the case of 2017 to 28, 100% increase on that particular level. 2018 to 2019, 67 and 60% respectively. And overall, all of the CSI high schools improved on college career readiness, and 80% of the non-CSI schools improved. So there's a lot of concerns about the gap between the CCR and the graduation rate. Well, this particular slide looks just at that particular point. So what we did is we took the graduation rate and subtract that from the college and career readiness rate, and that difference is the gap that exists between the two. The smaller the percentage of the gap, the better off you are. So as you can see here, we have it for 4 years because the graduation rate in the CCR is always 1 year in arrears, and that particular data was not impacted by COVID. We still were graduating students, so we're able to capture the 2020 data. But this is truly remarkable in the fact that each year Montgomery was able to make progress in lowering that gap that exists between the graduation rate and the CCR. So you can see here 35.6 to 34.05 to 30.24, and a big drop for the 2019 to 2020 year to 28.41.
Dr. Boyd, before you leave that slide, I just want to take a second and share this. You're probably asking, what is so significant? How did you do that? What was it that took place? And a lot of the strategies that we used were we made sure that we were accurately recording what students had. And I know that sounds crazy, but because we were changing these things as we were moving forward and having new items for accountability, people weren't thinking about all the different pieces that made up college and career readiness. And so if you were just looking at the assessment piece and not thinking about how many students you were moving forward in the military, maybe you didn't track those things. So then once we figured out how many students we needed to get something for them, principals in the high school in Montgomery started talking to students about, hey, have you thought about this? And they basically started making individualized, targeted plans for students who did not have one. That's a very easy strategy, but it was something that we hadn't thought about along the way, and we started being very specific and very strategic and how we're going to find things for students to do. Dr. Boyd?
Thank you, Mr. Roller. So our next slide covers graduation rate. This here is point number 7 made in that letter. So here, in this case, we're comparing CSI schools to non-CSI schools. So the percentage of schools showing improvement by accountability report card indicators show that when comparing the baseline year to the final year, 67% of the CSI schools improved as compared to 60% of the non-CSI schools improved. So grad rate continued. In this case here, the percentage of schools showing improvement by accountability report card and indicator here, 88% from 2017 to 2018, and then from 2018 to 2019, 50%. And overall, district-wide, 63% of the schools increased from the baseline year to the final year. So I've shared with you information regarding the 7 points that was listed in the letter early on before the intervention process. And it's one thing to have the data shared with the review provided by Montgomery from the data, the assessment data there. But what really is a telling story is when you have a third party to come in to look at the situation. So prior to the intervention process, there is a team of individuals who came out. It's part of a group that's called Advanced Ed, or at least it was called Advanced Ed. Actually, a long time ago, it was called SACS, or Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. So they were the accrediting body for universities and our schools. Well, since then, they've gone to the name of Advanced Ed, and then now they're international. And since they became international, they've changed their name to Cognia. So Cognia is the company now, but they have a 4-point grading system here, with red meaning insufficient. That's basically like a F. It means that you're not doing well. You need to go ahead and make some improvement. Initiating means that you're a little bit better, but there's a lot of room for improvement. And then there's improvement means you're like about a B. Impacting, you're at an A level. So this is the rating scale that's used by Cognia, and they did a review prior to the intervention process, prior to the state stepping in. So this is basically a summary of what was done. Back in March of 2018, the results showed, is what you see on the screen at this particular point. So only 3 of 3% of the performance standards show improving, 60% was insufficient, and 37% was initiating. Blue is ideal, green is good, yellow is not good, and red is definitely not good. But February of 2020, you could see the difference there. 90% was in green and 10% initiating, which is truly a big improvement.
Dr. Boyd, before you read that one, it's important that we share this too. Upon entering, shortly after Dr. Mackey was named state superintendent, we met at the chamber and they did a huge presentation, and Advanced Ed said this is the worst report in the history of Advanced Ed. Now, obviously, there was a transition from SACS to Advanced Ed, so I'm not sure about the if it was the name change or the history of the organization total, but from that point to the end point, clearly it's not the worst report anymore. And that's what that graphic represents. As you can see, if that's the worst, then what is this one? And that's the question we want to leave you with as we leave this slide. Dr. Boyd?
So the performance standards used by Kanye is here, and you probably can't read it because it's a scanned copy of the original document here, but it's important to understand there are 3 broad classifications. One is called the learning domain, the other is the leadership domain, and the last domain deals with the resources that are there for that district to use. So we're in the business of teaching and learning. So that learning domain focuses on that particular point there. But the truth of the matter, learning cannot take place unless you have good leadership. It is so important that Cognia has a category dedicated just to leadership, and there are several performance standards that are listed in there. So what's really good about this whole particular process that there are, in the last review, 30 of the 31 indicators, or initially rather, 30 of the 31 indicators were red or yellow, which is not good. But at the end of the process, 90% of them were in good standing. So we're really proud of the good work that's done here. This is an example of what it looks like and how the grading system was used by Cognia both in 2018 and 2020. The same instrument was used through that particular process. So even though they had a name change from Advanced Ed to Cognia, the same resource was used for this, and the same resource is still being used to this day here. So you were comparing apples to apples in this case here. And the last domain, as I mentioned before, is the resource domain to make sure that there's an environment that's conducive to learning, and that Montgomery Public Schools uses their resources to make sure that that good environment exists. So at this particular point, I would like to share with everyone the intervention release and the plan that we have in mind for Montgomery Public Schools. So I'll read to you the Alabama Code, which is 16-6E49. The Alabama State Department of Education suggests the release of Montgomery County Board of Education from educational intervention effective December 1, 2021, conditioned upon compliance with the following. So 3 conditions here. The first one is maintain an adequate academic process. Montgomery has done a really good job since the start of this particular process, and we feel very confident that will exist. Maintain fiscal sustainability by having a minimum of 1.5 months financial reserve. Mr. Arthur Watts has done an impressive job thus far, and we strongly feel that he will do that and better. As well as the team, not just Mr. Watts, but the whole team, rather. Maintain adequate operational standing in the areas related to transportation, child nutrition, and all auxiliary departments, the information that Mr. Rolla shared. So we really feel that is the case there. And I want to say that, too, that even though we're planning this release, this intervention release, we will not work no longer with Montgomery Public Schools. We have 5 individuals who are working from our Office of School Improvement. They're working now in the Montgomery schools. They'll continue to work in Montgomery Public Schools. And these are some of our most veteran, hardworking individuals. Cumulatively, and I just added this up yesterday, there's 152 years experience when you add up the years of those 5 individuals. So they're seasoned, they know exactly what they're doing, and they'll continue to provide assistance to Montgomery Public Schools. Also, we're laying this on the table here, but all the conditions are subject to periodic review. Dr. Moore and I communicate on a regular basis. We'll continue that communication. We'll make sure that they stay on the right path and make sure that they continue to work to improve teaching and learning for all the boys and girls of Montgomery. So at this particular point, we'll take questions at the end, but I would like for Dr. Moore to come up and maybe introduce or reintroduce her team and share some things about Montgomery Public Schools. Dr. Moore?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So I'm going to be brief, but I want you to bear with me for just a minute, if you don't mind. So all of the things that you've heard about when I came in 2018, I should say, those were things that were seriously deficient in our system. And so we've had a laser focus with a skeleton crew in many ways. 3% of our budget goes to central office support people. Normally, you recommend about 5% of that budget. So we've all been double dosing ourselves to try to make this work. But our laser focus was on making sure that we met these areas where we were deficient in the show cause letter. I think it's worth bragging about to say that with Cognia, many people were saying, do you really think you can do it? And I said, yes, we can do this. We know what it takes. And then we're going to address each one of those things. And that's what we did. So we went from a report that said we were the worst on Cognia to being invited to present at some of their conferences. COVID got in the way, so we weren't able to do it. But hopefully we'll be able to do that at some point in the near future. The boards, both the current board and the former board, had to take some serious looks at some things that we were proposing, especially when it came to finance. And so we had to make some cuts. We did a reduction in force because at the time we were living, and we still are, living off of the 10 meals and basically what we received from the state. So we had to make some cuts. The referendum passed, so we're looking forward to that being a good thing for MPS. But overall, we worked really hard to look at student achievement, to look at finances, to keep our accreditation, all of those things that were in the show cause letter. And I do believe in looking at what a report says and then looking at how you can do better in that area. So that's what we've done. Everything that's been addressed, we've addressed as far as improvement goes. So I want to thank everybody who works on our team, Mr. Watts, of course, our board members, the people who are not here, who had to look at things in HR and look at things in transportation and CNP and all that. Those people have worked really hard and diligently to comply with everything we've asked. We've guided them through a lot of things. We did a lot of guidance on Cognia because we felt like to bring that many teachers and principals in, we had to guide them through the process and say, these are the things we need to do. And once we laid that out and said, these are the things we need to do, they complied, they did those things. We checked them ourselves. We went back and forth ourselves many times checking after we laid it out. And they were able to pull it off and bring it out. And so we're proud of them. And I think based on how this works, we've done what we're supposed to do. And I think we need to be released from intervention with a sharp eye, continuing to look at what it is where we were and where we are now, and not to slide back. I don't think we have to worry about sliding back. I think we have the right processes in place so that we don't slide back. So thank you all for your attention.
I think it's really important to understand what was here in 2018. You know, Montgomery's my home. I'm a graduate of public schools and committed to what we're doing here. The children were not getting what they needed, and the commitment was made. I mean, Dr. Moore has done a tremendous job in pulling this up by its bootstraps. This board has made some hard decisions and has really done a tremendous job, I think. I mean, I'm real proud to be a member of this board. We've made some hard, fast changes. The future of Montgomery, and I know we have a couple of people that live near or real near.
I can yell and you'll hear me. And my daughter is even closer, so yes.
But you know what? The commitment is to make Montgomery a better place. And the only way we do that is to improve what was. And I've shaken my finger at people who called Montgomery a failing system. It's like, no, we have some things that need tending to, but if you call these children, if you call it failing, these children think they're failing. And if anything, we fail them by not doing it right. Montgomery, I'm really proud of MPS. We're not where we want to be, but not by any stretch, but we are a long way down the road from 2018. And I hope y'all find that it is time, with a sharp eye. I want you to look after us. But I think you're going to see we are on a path and hope to continue on that path. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Will.
Dr. Boyd, was there any other board members or the financial officer wish to say anything?
I can say just a few things.
Can they hear him? If you'll come down here just cause of the live stream.
Here.
I also would like to thank the Vice President, members of the board, Dr. Mackey, Mr. Roller, Dr. Boyd, for this opportunity. When we came in fiscal year 2018, we recognized a fund balance of about $18 or $19 million. The majority of those funds we recognized was due to the sale of Georgia Washington Middle School. I think you all remember that, and all the controversy that was surrounding that. That school sold for about $12 or $13 million. We all know that the selling of fixed assets or the sale of a school is one-time revenues, and you can't depend on that. So if we would not have sold Georgia Washington, we would have ended fiscal year 2018 with about a $6 or $7 million fund balance. Now, the state required fund balance for Montgomery Public Schools right now is about $18.4 million. So we know we would have been really, really short of what that state requirements were. In fiscal year 2019, in reviewing the finances, we came up with a financial recovery plan working with the state and several of our administrators. And we put together a financial recovery plan, which included a reduction in force. We looked over contracts and looked over every single line item as it relates to our expenditures. And of course, we were able to cut our budget by about $12 to $13 million. Therefore, we ended fiscal year 2019 with a fund balance of about $21 million. In fiscal year 2020, we ended with about $34 million. I mentioned to our board about 2 months ago that we're projected to end fiscal year 21 with more than 2 times the state required fund balance of over $36 million. I think a lot of this is due to our putting financial structures in place to ensure that this never happened again, some of the things that have taken place. And what I've been really focused on is that whether Arthur Wasis, the CSFO, or whoever comes in, that those structures are in place, whereas we're going to present two budget hearings to the public each year and provide the public an opportunity to ask questions. We're going to present financial statements to our board and to our superintendent every single month, open the floor up so board members can ask questions as it relates to our financial position. We're going to have financial accountability and require training from principals and bookkeepers every single year, and also have a requirement that our bookkeepers obtain bookkeeper certification from the Alabama Association of School Business Officials. So there are a number of structures that we're putting in place or have put in place to ensure that these kinds of things that have taken place do not happen again. We was quite embarrassed over the last 13 or 14 months that Mr. Roller just talked about. Many things hit the news and so forth. While we were embarrassed, we also wanted the employees to understand that we intend to hold everybody accountable. Taxpayers have entrusted us with their hard-earned dollars, and we owe it to those taxpayers to ensure that every dollar that we collect is expended for its intended purpose. And so that's what the message that we sent out. That's why you're seeing that our audits are improving each and every year, and we think that will continue. So again, we feel really, really good as to where we are financially. We think we'll continue to grow. We want to thank all of the citizens of Montgomery for supporting the ad valorem tax increase that would generate over $28 million a year for us. And we think there's some good things going on and will continue to happen in Montgomery. Thank you.
Ms. Siegler,
Yes, ma'am.
unless there's someone else, is there anyone
Well,
else?
Dr. Chestnut and whomever.
Okay. I think I'm the only one who actually is a graduate, as a member of the state board, is a graduate of the Montgomery Public Schools. Am I correct? Did anyone else? I actually attended Montgomery Public Schools from the first grade and graduated from Jeff Davis and 19-something.
89.
And I have 4 brothers who also are graduates of Montgomery Public Schools. I know that Claire and my husband often have conversations about their time at Lanier and your brother. And it's always special to reflect back on those days and what I have. I can't even think about how I could possibly repay what Montgomery Public Schools what they've done for my entire family. And the contributions that my former teachers continue to make. And I know Claire probably has seen a lot of us walking in the neighborhood, and you probably joined us, but there are a couple of those former students, fellow students, and teachers who just live their neighbors. And we're all concerned about the state of the schools we attended. Very concerned. And so when I don't smile, it's only because I'm reliving those times that meant so much to me and contributed so much to my life. And even sitting here on this state school board, I never even thought about it. When I was a little reporter for our not just the Plainsman, because I wrote about the Montgomery Public Schools back then, but the Spokesman newspaper at Jeff Davis. I was the co-editor, and I would go to local school board meetings and cover it. When I was a reporter for the Montgomery Advertiser Alabama Journal, I'd go to the Montgomery Public School meetings, and I would cover them and actually get paid for that job. But the bottom line is that Montgomery Public Schools continues to be a big part of my life. And when Ella and I got together, and yes, Ella was a dear, dear friend, and I sure do miss her. And I know that she would be proud to have Tanya as her sitting in her seat, and the leadership that you provide and what you will continue to provide, because she did. Ella said, Stephanie, now we're going to have to do something. And we went to the former superintendent, and we told him he needed to do something. He's new to the state, new to the schools. And that was the first big step. The chamber got involved, and everybody knows the history of how that evolved. And then we had a former principal of mine, Dr. Richardson, who came in on an interim basis, and he didn't like to mess around. He would sometimes say things that maybe others were thinking, but he would just say it like it is. And when he was our state superintendent during my early years on this board, I appreciated that about him. He was an excellent teacher in the Montgomery Public Schools, and his wife, I believe, was a teacher in our schools here in Montgomery. He was my principal at Cloverdale Junior High, which is no longer in existence. But I sure do enjoy driving by, because, again, those were special days. And so when the board was unanimous in the decision. It was not a difficult decision, knowing all of the things that you've presented in making that decision to intervene. We did it because it had to be done. We just couldn't. The people I would meet in the grocery store, and I still meet some, they're very concerned about the future of Montgomery Public Schools. Obviously, COVID, the pandemic, has certainly halted some of the things that we could have been doing, not only at the state level, but at the local level. And that's important as we reflect on releasing the schools, because one of the questions that it's consistent, are they ready? And yes, I understand what you're saying. I would like to see the ACT scores. I understand all of those, like not just the overall report card score, but I'd like to see a breakdown. I'd like to see all of the schools, because I know those schools so well. They may not be physically in my district. They may have been, because I've had my district changed 3 times. So I kind of have to keep up with it. But people think, and I know it will be the same thing with Dr. Chestnut, they see that you represent the area and they see it as a whole, because the schools are not just the magnet schools. It's every school, but we need to preserve those. That's the second question I always get. What's going to happen to the magnet schools? And I can remember in the early days, I get telephone calls at all hours, because for one example, the former superintendent, local, and the former state superintendent didn't realize that we had a deadline to make sure that LAMP, and we recognized one of the students this morning, would possibly lose the advanced placement status, because they had to pay something like 20 or 30,000, which is really, the return is so much better, but we had to pay that bill the next day. No one knew about it, but the families of those students, I had calls from, you name it, teachers, and the principal was 100% behind it. But we need to make sure that as we release, that we're not just releasing it. And I know the board members pretty well, and I can see the passion and the commitment. But that's one program that's the second question I always get. What's going to happen? And then specifically, they'll talk about the magnet program. And that's one thing. It's one reason I call it magnet, because it's one thing that's keeping a lot of families in Montgomery physically, but also in Montgomery Public Schools. And we see the results, because you look at the national list and how well our schools have done. But the other schools concern me. Jeff Davis, Danley, I attended both, and their scores have been, sadly, very low. They've had major discipline problems. One of the things that motivated, and this is not during the tenure that we're talking about, but one of the things that motivated me to run for the state school board was I was considering where I was going to send my own children. And in just a very short span of time, a student was killed during the summer program in the parking lot at Jeff Davis High School. And then we had across the street a 6th grader who held the principal at gunpoint. And my nephews attended the school, and people may remember that, anybody who's been here for a while. So that hasn't happened recently, thankfully, but we did have a situation at Lee that everyone pretty much knows about. And we just have to be, and I get calls from teachers and little things like their tires are punctured or they're tripped in the hallway. They hear words that they can't even imagine they'd ever hear in the halls of a school. Those are the kinds of things that I continue to receive calls about. I'm sure Montgomery is not the only place where you have to deal with those issues, but they're very serious to me, because they're very serious and they're big concerns for those who have to go to work every single day. And in order to again attract, we talk about the teacher shortage, in order to keep some really solid teachers here, we're going to have to continue to do everything possible to not only stop it, but to keep it at bay. And those are the kinds of things that I'm passionate about. Numbers are great. Money is important, obviously. But the things that really matter to people are those things that they talk about at home during dinner time. What happened at school today? And when you hear about, my nephew wouldn't even go to the bathroom because he was so afraid. And that's a horrible consideration. Again, that's in the past, but that's still happening in little pockets here and there. And that's why I hear about parents who cannot afford an alternative having to figure out a way to provide an education for their children. And that's something, again, I don't think it's unique to Montgomery, because when I go to national meetings, they talk about the same types of things. But we can do it. And I appreciate the local board members who are here and the passion that they have and the commitment. And anything I can do to help, I'll do it. And that's where the intervention, I think, has been a tremendous way to show our support in any way. Because what I would do when I get a telephone call, I would call Dr. Richardson, because it sort of subsided, and I'd still, Dr. Mackey knows, and the sale of Georgia Washington was not an easy process, but those things have thankfully changed. I sat, and I'll end with this, but I sat next to, and people talk about the military, someone who was being shipped to South Korea, who's going to be right there on the line during a very difficult time when North and South, there was a lot of tension, and there still is, but he was leaving his family. And he told me about how he was concerned, and he told me where his children were in school and the ages, and he didn't know what I did. I didn't even ever share it. But he was telling me, I said, it has to be difficult, those little things that lead into responses. But it was a real, it was not easy to listen to, but it was something I needed to hear. And it was something I wish we all could hear. And I'm sure a lot of the local board members have had those telephone calls as well. But this young man was very concerned about leaving his family. And I said, well, I know some people at the school. I'm sure if they ever need anything, call me. Tell your wife just to give me a call. Thankfully, I've never had that call. But that's where I am. I'd like to have some more information, enough to know, for example, ACT, because of the last year, and I've said this that when we had our presentations before, my biggest concern is the fact, and you couldn't help it, the fact that we had not been back in the classroom. And of course I got a lot of calls about some of the technical difficulties, but those worked out and they were able to work through those, except for when the power went down. And you know how that is, Claire, in our neighborhood. Thankfully, we have a different setup from some of the others. But bottom line is that I have mixed feelings because I still have those questions, and I still hear those expressions of concern. And it's a personal thing as much as it is anything, because of my own personal experience and the benefits that I received as a student in Montgomery Public Schools.
Dr. Chestnut,
Yes.
I believe you had a question.
Yes, I would like to commend Dr. Boyd, Dr. Mackey, Mr. Roller, Montgomery Public Schools Board, Superintendent, Dr. Moore, CFO, hats off to you, the entire faculty, staff, administrators of Montgomery Public Schools. Because when you look at the Accountability and Intervention Act, and that's why we're here, you all have met the requirements to be released. I know that there are other areas of concern, but those areas are not applicable to this act. When you look at the law, it specifically states that that school system must address the deficits that are identified, and you all have done that. And I just want to commend you, say thank you for your untiring efforts that have proven to be quite successful. And I just believe that you're ready. You know, when I look at the support that will be and has been offered by the State Department of Education, and I've had the opportunity to serve in that capacity as a principal coach years past. So I know the benefits of having the state's support. And I'm glad to hear that we'll still have that support. But I just could not sit here without saying that you have done an outstanding job. You can say what you want, and I respect everything that's been said, but the issue at hand is what's written in the act. And you all have met those issues. The deficiencies are clear, and I was waiting to hear what needed to be done. I heard clearly what was stated by Dr. Boyd and Mr. Roller, as well as Dr. Mackey. You've done it. Yes, you have school systems that will have issues forever because there is no perfect school system. But the issue at hand here is whether or not Montgomery County has met the 7 deficits, and you have. And I just want to commend you and say that I believe that you are ready to be released.
I have a question, please. Oh,
You go first.
Okay.
I have one also.
All right. In line with the intervention release and the 7 deficits that have been addressed, I had a question. If they've been addressed, I'm looking at the date. You know, right now we're in May.
Yes.
It happened to be December 1st. I was trying to see if the issues have been addressed. Why are we looking at December 1st, knowing that it appears that they've still got to maintain the items listed,
Right.
which means they're gonna have to have a plan that will be submitted. But if they've already addressed it, and you're gonna be monitoring, and we're in May, why are we having to wait until December? I'm just asking. I don't know if that's in the law or something, but that's what I want to know.
It's a good question. It's added insurance, and we want to go through this particular transition process. So when my son was a kid, he didn't want to ride the bicycle, so I had to be with him at all times, and he was able to ride with the training wheel. So these next few months is the training wheel period there. We're going to still be there, helping them answer any questions, doing anything they need there. But on December 1st, the training wheel comes on, and Montgomery is going to be fully released. So, but I want to just say this too. We still have principal coach. We have a retired superintendent that's working with them as a principal coach and those 5 Office of School Improvement people. So we're still going to be there these next few months and even beyond that to make sure, even with the training wheels off, to make sure that they're riding smoothly and doing well.
So basically then, from May until December, we'll continue to be there as this plan is developed.
Yes.
And then after that, the plan will be there and we still will monitor. But that's why we're waiting until December to give them a chance to get their action plan completed. Is that
Well, action plan, and this provides us a time to collaborate, and everything's going well with this. Is there anything else we can do at this particular point? And there are 3 bullets that's there. Maintain 1.5 months reserve. We feel
Right.
real confident to be able to do that. Maintain everything from an
Academic.
instructional point of view, and also make sure that the ancillary programs, which includes transportation, also child nutrition, those types of programs, make sure that that's going really, really, really well.
Okay.
And based on their performance in the past, we don't feel that there'll be a problem there.
Should go well.
But we'll be there to help out. The whole State Department will be there to help them in the unlikely event something happens.
Okay. Thank you.
And
Ms.
Dr. Richardson, if I may add one
Yes.
thing to that, technical assistance is a part of our process that exists
Right.
all the time. And so it's very simple that Dr. Moore or someone on our team could seek support in any department all the time.
Okay.
And as they continue to hire the right staff and train people and give them the ability to do what they're doing, they will have discretion to request additional technical assistance as problems occur. So we're always there for all people all the time. There's a state monitoring review process that comes up every so often. They'll still have that. So there are things in place, even though we're saying December, but there's some annual things and,
Yes.
every 3 year and 5 year and so on and so forth, we'll come through
Right.
and continue to look and support them. Dr. Richardson?
Okay.
Perfect example of that, it's on yesterday. We had a teleconference, a Zoom meeting with the assistant superintendent and 2 of his individuals, and there were 3 of us, me and 2 other individuals, answering questions and guiding them through a particular process. So that's not gonna go away. We're gonna always be able to do that with them.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. West has a question.
Very simple, and please know that I want the Montgomery Public Schools to be the jewel of Alabama. This is our capital city. This is where our leaders do their work. So my question is just simply a process question, help me understand a little better. I've been through 2 accreditation processes at the local level with Advanced Ed. First SACS and then it became Advanced Ed. Was this process a deeper dive than a normal accreditation process that you would be working through at the local level? Did they dig deeper into the data to help identify these 7 items, or was this more of a standard procedure by the company?
So let me answer that. when we came in, they had already completed an advanced ed review.
Right.
Then they turned around and issued another one right away. So just doing two back-to-back would indicate to me that it's a deeper dive.
Okay.
Let me give you an example of the process that took place. All administrators were required to do walkthroughs. Whereas in the past, you would select a group of administrators from, a couple elementary, a couple middle, a couple high. All administrators were required to do the walkthroughs with Cognia. So when people ask what were the things that really transformed teaching and learning in Montgomery Public, obviously we had school improvement people from the State Department leading leadership activities with leaders, but really you had everybody that mattered doing what they were supposed to do because people were watching and supporting and helping and being with them all the time. I can't even tell you how many walkthroughs I was a part of. We were in the school so much, kids knew our names, and so we were really a part of the process. So when you say, was it a deeper dive? Absolutely, just from the mere fact that we did more of them than you would normally do, and everybody was required to participate in the process, opposed to selected by the review team.
And may I add this, because I was here before,
Yes.
and I'm not sure that you were either one, perhaps you were here, Dr. Boyd, in the early stages. They were actually very close to losing your accreditation and dealing with probation, and that was why Dr. Richardson was just so, he didn't mince words. And this, again, was a former local board as a whole, some things that had to be addressed. And so the process goes back even beyond that point. That was where you were able to step in, but it was a really very serious situation academically and just so many different avenues, but that was why.
May I address that slightly? To answer that question, we had several what they call special reviews, which were more detailed than what you would normally get under Cognia. So from those special reviews, which were conducted by the folks from Cognia, then they gave us information. And from that information, then we had to do a series of things to address the issues related to the Cognia review. So we spent a lot of time in the schools working with principals. And in that last review, typically you're able as a system to select a number of, say, principals that they're asking for, the number. In the last review, they made their own selection about the principals that they would visit. I felt very comfortable with that because we had prepared our principals and they had been doing the work for several months prior to, a year prior to. So we didn't have anything to say about where they went at the last review. And that to me was an extra layer to guarantee that there was nothing funny going on because they picked the people they wanted to go see. And we did not do it. And that is atypical.
Remind me your total enrollment, Dr. Moore.
Right now, we'll just say about an average of 28,000 students. And I want to tell you this too, one last thing. We normally have about 2,500 kids signed up for summer school. At this point, we're at over 8,000 signed up for summer school. We've done a really, really great job of marketing, telling those kids who have missed something because of COVID, not their fault. They've been doing virtual, they've been face-to-face, but they still have had some learning loss. So right now, as of yesterday, we were at 8,200. I'm predicting that today we're at higher numbers than that. And so we're gonna have to scramble to find teachers probably, because I'm not turning any kids away. If I have to go teach a class myself, that's just what I'll have to do. But I just think that shows now that people are beginning to latch on to what we're trying to do in Montgomery Public Schools. And they understand the need, we understand the need, and we're all very dedicated to making it happen.
Thank you. Dr. Reynolds? I'm sorry, were you finished?
Thank you, Dr. Moore. I know we have a very collegial relationship between the State Department and the school system, but all conditions are subject to periodic review by the ALSDE. Dr. Boyd, are you going to develop a schedule for those reviews or can you clarify that or expand on that
Absolutely. Every school system.
precondition?
Yes, sir. So every school system across the state goes through a comprehensive monitoring program. Montgomery is just like all the other schools. So they'll go through that particular process where we look at everything from instruction to finances to services provided to students and so forth. that will still exist. In addition to that, I have a team of ladies, 5 of them, who will go in and work with the schools. And we do have a gentleman, a retired superintendent, who will also work with our principals as a principal coach to continue to do the good work that's been done in the past. I think it's really important to note the fact that we've talked about Cognia, but Cognia has a lot at stake. They're not going to put their neck on the line doing some report that's halfway done or so forth. This is an international company, so they're going to make sure that the information they provide is valid and reliable. So that first review, when only 3% of the schools were categorized as green or being good, to going to 90%, that is huge. 3% to 90%. They did this, and they did a deep dive into all of this, interviewed board members, interviewed students using the Elliott tool, where individuals will go in the classroom, use this observation tool. It was truly a comprehensive study because they wanted to make sure that they were reporting accurate information, not just to Montgomery, but the state, but also all the stakeholders across the state. So this was done in an understanding that all this thing here was done. But to answer your question, Dr. Reynolds, absolutely. We're going to monitor Montgomery really, really closely.
Do you have a schedule? Let me clarify what I'm asking for. When you say periodic, I'm a statistician. Define what you mean. Can you give us a better idea? I have no problem with proceeding on. I'm just wanting to clarify what we mean by that phrase.
Every month I will contact Dr. Ann Roy Moore and her assistant superintendent of instruction, curriculum instruction, and have a chat, a discussion with them. And every single month I will talk to the Office of School Improvement, the individuals who will be visiting the schools, to make sure that there are any concerns that exist in Montgomery Public Schools. If they are, then I will work with Mr. Roller and Dr. Moore to rectify those particular concerns. If it's really bad before I leave, I'm going to leave this task to Angela Martin. Then at the point before December 1st comes around, then we'll have another discussion on whether or not we should proceed with that.
Thank
process.
you very much.
You're welcome.
Just one quick point of clarification, and I appreciate so much all the hard work that's been done, and the improvements that have been made. I just like communication to be as clear as it possibly can be. And so one of the points in this intervention release says maintain adequate academic progress. Well, adequate to me may be very different than adequate to you, right? And so do we have a definition for what we mean by adequate? Because I don't want you thinking one thing and us thinking something else. And so do we know how we plan to define that?
Well, it'll be defined by the late Melissa Shields and her group, the ladies that go into that particular schools. Any of those concerns that come up will be raised to me will be considered a problem if teaching and learning is not taking place to the way it should be, if they're not implementing the State Department guidelines to the level that they should be, and even if they're not following their own policies related to teaching and learning. All those would be concerns.
But academic, would that be like to refer to Ms. Bell's comment about a request for the ACT scores by high school? Would that be part of that measure?
Well, from between this point and December the 1st, there will be no summative standardized tests given at that particular point. I mean, the data that we shared earlier showed you there's a statistically significant difference comparing the pre and the post. So regardless of what type of statistical analysis you use, you can see there's an appreciable growth both in student achievement and student growth in terms of academics that Montgomery has made. So they've done a whole lot of work at that particular point. So to answer your question, if you want to do a pre-post comparison, there won't be any assessment given between now and December the 1st.
We should get, though, the ACAP scores released. Is that right?
Well, the ACAP was given in the spring, and in the spring we're dealing with the COVID situations for the students who weren't in school. So at that particular point, you're comparing apples to oranges. But when the students were there in the school, and Montgomery was working with the students in the school, I think we all could see, based on the data, that they've done a phenomenal job of making sure that they were able to improve student achievement.
And please forgive me, you guys came back 4th 9 weeks face to face. So it just.
So we've been doing about,
Okay.
2/3 of our kids have actually been virtual. And the others have been face to face pretty much this whole year.
I guess my main issue is just that we make sure that we define it well. Because again, communication, I want us to be clear what we're expecting so that there's no disappointment later. That we might change
I could
it.
add one little thing too. I mean, everybody's dealing with COVID and kids not being in school. And so progress is gonna be about the same across the state. You're gonna see where there's learning loss and kids, wherever they are, if you compare that, you're gonna see that there's a big difference just because of COVID. So comparing the way Dr. Boyd has done with the growth, I think that's important. Where did you start and where do you end? Some kids have to make a larger leap than others. So they're not gonna end up in the same place at the same time. But the growth piece, I think, is really, really important to look at when you're looking at any school system. To show that there is something happening, that needle is being moved. And I think that's important to look at for MPS also.
Ms.
I think
McRae,
we-
oh, I'm sorry.
Let me just say to that, I think we can probably work on some targets. I think like Dr. McCarty's looking at on the finances, it's 1.5 months. So there's a
Right,
number,
right.
there's a target number. And I think with Dr. Shields and Dr. Moore's team, we can probably just come up with some targets, what those are. Because I think, and I want to speak for you, you're not saying test scores have to go up these many points. You realize it's COVID, but
Right.
what are those things we're saying that would indicate that academic progress
That's
is
it.
there?
That's
Okay.
it.
And I think
Thank you, Dr. Mackey.
Well, the other part of that is having it specific, because you have the report card, and then you also compare those with, high schools versus the other schools. And especially at the high school level, which is where I'm hearing a lot of not the magnet high schools, not BTW, not Lamp, but, or Brubaker even, but the other high schools like my alma mater, Jeff Davis and Lee, teachers have expressed concerns, not just because of COVID, but just overall. And I'd like to have those specific scores, not just wrapped up in one package. You know what I'm talking about.
Sure, so you want ACT scores by each individual high school?
Please.
Sure.
And then any other, and if it helps, provide the other specific scores. I'm not trying to make it look good or bad, I just want to know. Because what I'm hearing, when I talk to a parent, I'd love to be able to say, and of course I always refer them to their local board member if I possibly can, but the bottom line is that they want some information and they want that breakdown. And I would like to have it as well, especially if we're going to be discussing releasing them by the end of the year, which is wonderful if we can do that. But I don't want to release it just to release it and say everything's okay because on paper it looks good and the money's there, because people don't ask me about the money as much as they do about the other. And you understand that.
I do.
Ms. McRae?
I think it's fair that if we said that you have these 7 deficiencies and you need to meet them, they've done every single thing in their power to do that, and the results show that they've done a phenomenal job of meeting that. And this is not just the State Department of Education, this is a third party saying that too. That speaks volume for their effort and the work that they have done.
And we've had this discussion.
We have,
So
yes.
you understand where I'm coming from, and I certainly understand where you're coming from.
Absolutely.
We don't necessarily disagree, but to me, this is a big step.
It
And
is.
especially, we came from a situation that it's not good. And I don't want it to ever return. I'd like to keep, as others have said, I'd like for it to continue to improve. And again, it needs to be, it's a capital city. It's the school systems I attended, we were nationally ranked even then when we didn't have magnets. And I could go down my graduating class. We would never have thought about saying bad words in school. If we did, we'd be in trouble. And I remember there was one knife fight. It was one that they brought from the home, from the neighborhood. They were upset, but that was the big thing that year. So I'd like to get back. I know teachers would as well. But anyway.
Yes, I'd like to congratulate you on your success. Having served on a school board for 16 years, I can't imagine facing this situation. It's my understanding that 240 locally funded units were reduced, and I'm assuming some of those were through attrition, but that a lot of pink slips went out. I know every year, when I served on the board, I dreaded the week that pink slips went out. I couldn't go to church, I couldn't go to Walmart. I can't imagine, this was such a gutsy thing to do. And I really admire you for making that stand. It's tough, and you had to, did you go out of town for a month?
I pack my lunch a lot of days.
That's huge what you just said. So they released 240, less 240, but still improved to the level they did. So they were working harder with less people and got really good results.
Can I say one thing too, to address, Stephanie Bell? I share your concern. But I wanna just say this, I have the utmost confidence in what's been done here. We have met what you've asked us to do, and then some, but it's just a beginning, because this board and this superintendent, Mr. Watts, we're not contented with getting to just the green. I want that to be an entirely blue circle you're seeing. You know, some of the things with the passing of the ad valorem tax, and you'll appreciate this, the main thing that I wanted to see back in schools was art and music, because I think that's the beginning of what you can do to have a really great school system. Well, that's in our plans. And I hate to say that anything good came out of COVID, but the money we've got coming in allows us to start this now. That's gonna start this summer. I think that's one of the reasons we have 8,000 kids coming back to school, because there's enrichment. I wish I could ease your mind that we are at the beginning of something great. You and I got a great education. I want that now for our kids. And it's gonna be a process. It ain't gonna happen tomorrow. But there's a plan to do it, and we are committed. This board is committed, this administration here is committed, and if I could just put your mind at ease a little bit, that we're just starting. I mean, you just hold on. We'll see amazing things coming out of our students, out of every school.
Okay, wonderful. Well, we thank you so much, and it's been a hard journey just being in here, but we appreciate you taking the time and answering our questions, and I'm sure there probably may be more, and we know where to find you, so to speak. So with that, maybe.
We can, so I think we're ready to move on. I couldn't say better what you just said. A great appreciation of these local board members. I know they stood at the beginning, but you know, people on this board know it's gonna be a thankless job, but they really stood up and about, I'm looking to see, maybe all the ones that are here with us today were able to come, actually ran for the board while the school system was in state takeover. If you think about, I mean, you talk about walking into the swamp to say, I'm willing to take this on in the most difficult days. But there's some outstanding, and they have great conversation. I've had the opportunity to be with them in public meetings and also to be in executive session with them. And they have good discussions about what's going on. I can't say enough about how much I appreciate them, Dr. Moore, Mr. Watts, and Mr. Mitchell. I mean, the whole group's done so much. As we move, let me tell you what Ms. Ziegler and I were looking here. I'm going to ask them to give up their seats kindly, because items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are all university programs. Now, with us coming back in person, we have been having discussion with the college deans, and they have all either of those colleges have either come today or they have sent a representative. So what we would like to do, so they don't have to stay all afternoon, is take those items and let those people come in and introduce themselves. A couple are in the room here and the others are next door in the overflow room, and go ahead and address those items. If there are any questions for those institutions, I thought that was a very good move that now we'll have the deans or representatives of the deans coming to, when they've got programs up for review, so they can answer questions. And I thought, we had the discussion about the gasoline shortage, and some of them yesterday were also a little worried about coming. But they all made it down here, and fortunately there is gasoline in Montgomery for folks to get home. So if that's okay, I would, not trying to kick out my friends from MPS, but let them give up their seats so that all the deans can.
And then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you. I went to Jeff Briggs also, so I graduated here.
Yes, ma'am, I'll bring you something.
That went really well. Thank you for allowing me to ask about size. I just needed that clarification.
Because anytime it goes from, like when we went from tax to maybe I'm not
half a spot would be fabulous. Thank you. That is perfect. Just a little warmer. That's all you need? Yes.
tell Jerry to get out of the door.
Miss Bell wants some. You can put it in Starbucks. I think they're all coming in.
Thank you.
We can. Well, they should have
I don't want to break my knee. All right, we're going to get back on track, and we have hopefully brought all the deans or their representatives over, and we would like for you to stand and introduce yourself, so if you don't mind. So we're going to start with number 4 from Auburn. Do we have a dean or a representative?
Auburn, Montgomery.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, at Montgomery. Sorry. Still not here.
She was here. I talked to her earlier.
Well,
Okay. Oh, no.
that's okay. They might come in. Huntington.
Whatever, you can have it.
Dr. Morris.
There they are.
Carolyn Corliss, Huntington College.
Thank you for taking off your mask. I almost didn't recognize you.
Well, I didn't know if it was appropriate or not.
Please, so we can hear you. Okay. Jack, stay. There you are.
I'm Janet Babanese from Jacksonville State University, and I'm here with my colleague, Brandy Russell, who is our state certification officer, and I'm the interim dean.
Excellent, thank you. Talladega?
Rebecca McKay, Dean at Talladega College. My colleague, Dr. Rebecca Robinson, is the chair. We're delighted to be with you all.
Thank you. Troy?
Hello, I'm Dr. Kerry Palmer, the Dean of the College of Education at Troy. I have Dr. Fred Figliano with me, who is our Assistant Dean, and Dr. Shirley Farrell, who's
Oh, there you
Assistant
are.
Coordinator.
Hiding her back there. Thank you. And North Alabama, Florence.
I'm Chris James, Director of Teacher Education at the university, and I've got Dr. Lori Johnson. She's the Director of Continuous Improvement.
Thank you. I hope y'all have an agenda so that you understand that it's the resolution to either extend or approve ed prep programs. Dr. Meyer, is there anything you wish to start us off on, or?
No, they have been thoroughly reviewed and have met the requirements, and we also have Miles College here.
Oh, Miles is here?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, sir. Where's
Good
that?
afternoon.
on there. Yeah,
I'm
I didn't see
Anthony
him.
Green from Miles College in Birmingham, Alabama. Delighted to be here. Thank you.
Well, I'm so sorry. I did not see your name. I apologize. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. At this point, normally when y'all are not here, there are questions that come up as we're at the point that we just don't want anybody to we want everybody to understand. We just don't rubber stamp anything. That many times questions come up. And so it's wonderful that you're actually here so we can look you in the eye and you can ask us questions in reverse and clarify or inform or whatever it may be. So you don't understand how important it is to us and how much we appreciate it, gas or otherwise, mask or otherwise. But again, you can't understand how delighted we are to actually see people again. It's just like, this is just wonderful. So my colleagues, any of you have any questions for these wonderful people?
I do.
Yes.
I always have questions. I would like to know, and you can go in any order if you want. Ms. Ziegler, you can decide if you want to. But we so applaud what you do, right? We so applaud it. We are so excited to have more young people. It looks like today in the audience we have young people that in high school have expressed an interest. We are dealing with a teacher shortage, so again, we applaud what you do. So I'd love to know, and just by college, roughly, and I'm not going to hold you to this. I know that sometimes it can be fluid, but roughly what your enrollment is in your college and how many full-time faculty that you have in your college. And so if you can just go in any order, Ms. Ziegler, however you would like to do it.
Just to clarify, Auburn at Montgomery sort of left us, so I won't be calling them again. Okay, so we'll start with Huntington.
We have approximately 100 students in the College of Education, and, sorry, what was your second question?
The second question, number of full-time faculty.
Full-time faculty, 4.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait a minute, I put it in the
Can I ask an addendum to that question? Will you just tell us an up or down if your enrollment's kind of up or down over the last, and I know COVID's different, but really over the last couple of years, just is it kind of trending up or down or staying the same?
It's gone down a little, but not significantly.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you. Jacksonville?
Oh, Jacksonville, yes. So we have got currently enrolled in the actual teacher prep programs right now, around 700 students. Our enrollment is up incredibly, and we are getting ready to welcome one of the largest groups into our actual programs this fall. So we are proud of that statistic.
And roughly how many
faculty?
Oh, about 40 faculty.
Okay.
Thank you.
Full-time.
Talladega?
So we currently have 92 majors. We have 5 TEP programs, and we are excited to say that some of the programs that were kind of going away, the secondary programs, we have decided to hold off on those and really put our emphasis on the music programs at Talladega College and the elementary ed and special ed. And those are one of those programs is relatively new, well actually 2. The instrumental music had, I think the instrumental music program started shortly before I came in 2015, as did the elementary. And we do have a good many students in those programs. And we are excited about it, and we feel like that our focus should be on those programs where we have the most students.
So how many faculty?
4. I'm the reading person. I was hired there to be the reading person.
Okay.
And I ended up being the dean, and I loved it. And Rebecca and I worked together for years in public school before we took those jobs at Talladega College. We're community members in Talladega, and so we came home, both of us came home. She came from a principalship, I came from a nonprofit, and we are working hard.
Excellent, thank you. Troy? There you are.
So for Troy University, we have about 15 faculty on staff. We've also got around 800 students across all of our programs. And enrollment is up, in many of those programs. So to be honest with you, when we came back, this year, we had several students that approached us and just said, thank you for being open. Thank you for letting us come to campus and just experience, college again.
We're so glad, thank you. North Alabama, Florence?
We're gonna have an average of about 80 to 100 that are gonna be ready to intern each semester. Elementary numbers really good, secondary's down slightly, but not terribly. But our graduate enrollment is, it's trending upward. It has the last 3 years tremendously. We have around 18 full-time faculty now, but we are adding some new faculty members now.
Okay, thank you. Miles?
Miles College has 167 students. We have 8 full-time faculty members. As far as our training rate, we're training kind of staying steady. However, our male population is going upward.
Yay! All right, great. That's wonderful.
As the only male board member, I certainly appreciate.
Well, and are there other things we could do? Are there things we can do to help you?
Yeah, what do you need of us?
How can we best serve you?
Send it.
Honestly, just continue to support us,
Encouragement and support. Recruit for Huntington.
Tell my
I will say
sister-in-law
that we-
hello.
I'm sorry?
Tell my sister-in-law hello. She does that.
Oh, good.
Kathy.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I will say that we do have a new recruitment plan in place. There were lots of things I've only been there since June 1st, so we're trying to, I came right in the middle of the pandemic, but there are lots of things that we plan to do to recruit in all programs, not just secondary, but all programs. So there's a lot of, we're gonna get out in the community more, and there's several things that we want to do to improve enrollment there.
Is it sort of across the board that your secondary is less trending? So that's across the board to all? Okay.
No, that ours is actually going up, especially.
Yours is going up,
in
secondary.
Secondary and the social sciences, that's especially going up for us.
Good.
Thank you, Dr. Combine.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
I was gonna say that I was excited when I came into the board meeting today to see the Future Teachers of America, and that we're developing or have developed a dual enrollment course specializing in career ladder and looking at education as a career to show high school students not only how to be a teacher, but what the other opportunities are with a degree in education. And we're currently working on that and trying to get out into our schools to recruit and to grow your own. So something that I would like to see from the state perspective is some support with that, and maybe some help for us to get out into the schools, develop more programs like this to really get that pipeline nice and strong from our schools to our colleges and out into our classrooms. So.
I have a question for the deans, just so I understand, because I come from the business world. Do you all have a regular meeting, or do you collaborate together with regard to your colleges and how your programming is working as we're voting on these prep programs? So how often do you meet?
We meet 3 times a year, fall, spring, and summer.
Okay,
and it's called Allocate.
okay,
And, so the deans all do meet at least
Okay.
3 times.
I live in Auburn, I'm from Auburn, and so it always breaks my heart when I have to watch the College of Education competing with engineering, architecture, College of Ag, and so I remind all of my good friends in those disciplines that they all had teachers that helped them along the way in K-12, and that when students maybe are not as successful in, say, the engineering discipline, we sure would appreciate you referring them over, because very often they could become a teacher and be fulfilled in their role. So I thank you very much for taking the time to be here. But I did want to know that you all work together and refer and collaborate with one another. I say all the time, I want the math teacher hired, say from West Alabama, and I'm just pulling one out of my head, and the math teacher hired from the University of in Tuscaloosa from Alabama to be the same quality, of teacher. And so I know that's very difficult, and there are no easy answers. But anyway, I thank you very much. And I did not mean to say the University at Tuscaloosa. That was okay. We knew what I meant.
Yes, we did.
You knew what I meant.
No problem.
Ms. McRae? Ms. McRae, you have a question?
Yes, next year, the high schools are really gonna need some help with those FAFSA forms. And so that might be a really good recruitment tool if you have the personnel to spare, recruiters to go out and help with that, or just to contact the schools and see. I don't know how much of that you do, but I know the 2-year colleges are going to, that I've spoken to the presidents, they are going to really try to do that. And that will be a need, and if you can help fulfill that need and do some recruiting, that would be really good. I'll have to say, go Lions, I'm a UNA grad.
We knew that.
Just one quick question.
Dr. Richardson?
Yes, in reference to admission requirements from our standpoint at the state, has it been more helpful to have praxis concentration on the content side before they graduate, as opposed to them having to do praxis core to get into the program? I just want to know.
We felt like Praxis Core was a barrier in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were glad to see it go. We have other ways that
Yes.
we monitor
Mm-hmm.
and kind of vet candidates into the program and then support them as they grow through. We didn't find Praxis Core to be particularly helpful.
Mm-hmm.
So we feel that it's a good thing that it's come down.
Okay.
And we're most appreciative. We feel like it's going to make a real difference in the numbers of students that will graduate.
Right, because they are still assessed in their content before they get out. Yes, okay.
And we're very appreciative also because when you think about the costs of all these tests, if you were a student, you think back, you had to pay for the core, you had to pay for the practice, you had to pay for the background check. After a while, that kind of runs you out of education over to just regular English rather than English education. So yes, that one too. So we're appreciative to that.
Okay, I just wondered.
I did have one question.
Ms.
Yes.
Bell?
Did you have some more?
No, that's it. Thank you.
In the past, in the distant past, and Dr. Meyer knows this.
Yes, I was the historian in the room. Yes.
Yeah, we were historians, actually.
She's young.
But yeah, you're younger than I am. So anyway, the bottom line is that we've had in the past, and I think we still do, a guarantee for those teachers who are graduates of our colleges of education. And I wonder how often you have to use that, because I know some of the newer board members may not even be aware of that unless they somehow, you're familiar with it for another reason. But that's something that was really very important in trying to change some things back in 19-something. But the bottom line is that I'd love to know if your graduates even know about it, or if you've ever had to even use it for perhaps one student, and if it was something that was helpful where a student would get out there, even with all of the programs that are available, and realize that they needed some help, or someone else realized actually that they needed some help, and so they re-entered the program at whatever college of education. Is that still something that you see as helpful? And
Well, I can just speak for myself. I'm probably the oldest, well, I'm sure I'm the oldest dean in here. I've been in higher ed for several years, over 20 years, almost 30, to be quite honest. And worked at other universities as well. And we've had that guarantee in our handbooks that each student gets, so they are aware of it. Out of all the years that I've been here, and since that requirement has been put in the regs, it's only been used by 2 people, or, requested by 2 principals or by 2 students out of all these years I've been in it. So for us, or for me, it hasn't been used that much. I don't know about other colleges.
I don't know of anyone that has had that at our college at Talladega. Has had to come back and receive a school supply.
Same at JSU. We have it posted. They know, our superintendents know it. We have a link that they can fill out confidentially if they, feel that they need something, but we haven't had anybody take advantage of it, so.
yeah, it's good. That was the answer I was really hoping.
Yeah. Now, again, do y'all have anything, did any of this discussion key in a question of which, and again, you know how to find us as well. Because we've learned over the years, we're not great, we're getting better, but communication is just critical. So if you get home, or don't call me at 2 o'clock in the morning, but anyhow, you may call me or call any of our colleagues. And if there's anything we can do to help, or if you see something coming down the line that you go, uh-oh, this is going to really hurt us, let us know. Or, oh, this is going great, continue it. And we appreciate it very much. Any other questions before we allow these good people to go?
Just a big thank you to them. This is something Dr. Meyer and I have talked about for some number of months, but obviously during the COVID, it was not a good time to do it. And so to her credit, she came to me maybe 3 weeks ago or something and said, well, since you're going back to all the board members in person, you said you wanted to do this. Do you want me to call the deans and make it happen? And so I appreciate Dr. Meyer doing that. We do, Ms. West asked, I think, about allocate. So they meet 3 times a year. I always go to at least one of their meetings. They'll invite me to speak and do Q&A. Dr. Meyer and some of her team, I think, go to all the meetings. And we're trying to do even more with them, because as we push out, say this, the teams bill that the legislature pushed, I know we've sent some correspondence to the deans. How can we help recruit people on campus into specifically math and science, but also special ed and every other field? How do we help do that? The deans have reached out to us on some questions, particularly most recently around the Literacy Act. That'll get some smiles in the room, because there, in addition to the many requirements on us and local schools, there are requirements on them too. And so we've had some calls to try to clarify some of those things, and how can we work together, and how do we, to your point, as we see things coming, be proactive. So so some of them I don't know as well. Some, like Dr. Green, I've known from when he was local superintendent. I called him out a few minutes ago, and Dr. Corliss, and many of them I've known for a long time. One over there, Dr. Farrell, actually was one of us. And she got stolen away was our state gifted specialist. Dr. Palmer was head of school here at Trinity, and his son and my son are friends, go to high school together now. And so I get to see and know a lot of them. But don't know all of them as well. But this is why I would say, as you've said, let me just reiterate that we want to have an open relationship with them. This actually went better than I thought it. I didn't know, because I thought they might come and just be quiet. But I think this is good conversation to have. Total, there are more than 50 programs, I think, on the agenda to be approved next month. So this is that time of year when there are a lot of them coming through. And we all appreciate what our deans and colleges of ed do.
I have to add one more thing about Dr. Palmer. He does a beautiful job conducting our orchestra. on Sunday mornings. Yep.
I didn't know he was a conductor.
There you go.
One more thing.
Well, we thank you again very much. Please be careful driving home on your last fume, but there is gas.
Yeah, there's gas in Montgomery. So fill up.
We thank you so much.
Thank you.
And board members, we're going to adjourn for lunch and we'll reconvene at 2:45.
That's perfect. Yeah, that'd be perfect. That's good. I didn't know he was a musician. Had me come up and speak at chapter. That was
after lunch, and excuse me for doing a little housekeeping. Board members that are newbies back again, we've gone through an array of different type of microphones. The ones that are on the table do not need to be in front of you. Dr. Boyd, you're not supposed to move your microphone.
Ah,
So I'm sorry, I saw you moving, but you know.
I don't even have one.
When you touch the microphone, you lose them.
Ah, very good.
But anyhow, so what's in the ceiling is no longer working, but you do not have to move it in front of you. And as a matter of fact, I believe it was Charles or whomever said they're very sensitive.
Yes.
So, no secrets, no whispering,
So we can't
whatever.
talk about you?
No. Well, you can.
It's all
you can.
good.
So anyhow, just as a, but as long as the green,
Okay.
that means they're hot. See, I even learned a new word, hot. Okay, and I think Dr. Reynolds already knows about that. And so, they're placed where they want them to be. I'm sorry.
You said Dr. Reynolds may know, and I'm here.
Yeah, no, we were bringing forth those who had not been in meetings about the microphones. Okay, Dr. Boyd, we're moving on to 1B, ESSER 3. Is it you and Maggie Hicks?
Yes, well, that's what I was going to suggest. There's been quite a few questions about assessments, so Ms. Hicks is here, and I would like for her to
And then do
address.
her first, and then she can go on.
And then we'll do the ESSER PowerPoint presentation. So I'll ask her to come up for a second there, and I'll pull up the chair.
Okay.
My colleague here, but wanted to share with you, our goal early on was to have 70% participation in our assessments. Ms. Hicks came up with an innovative plan to provide a wide window for our schools to test, and I think you're going to be extremely pleased with the results that we were able to get because of her innovative plans. Ms. Hicks?
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. Dr. Mackey and board, thank you for this opportunity, and I can only say that it's through the backing of the leadership here and your backing as well, and also my staff. We're a very small staff, but we get it done. So what I have for you are just a few pieces of information that I've had questions from, and I thank you for the questions. Again, thank you for this opportunity. Let me start out first about the very good news. It's the fact that, as Dr. Boyd stated, we were looking at it when we talked. We work closely with the Center for Assessment, Dr. Juan DeBrod, and we meet with him weekly now. So that he can help guide us if we have anything that we have pressing. He's just not working with our office, he's working with several other offices, of course, at the direction of Dr. Boyd and Ms. Martin. So wanted to give you the preliminary participation rates by assessments, not the overall state participation. Again, this is raw data. As you can see, we still have some scores that are still coming in right now, so especially on the ACT, because we had our last window that closed. All of our windows closed officially at the end of April. So you can see there that we were very concerned at first that we weren't going to get that 7. We were hoping for that 70%, but you can see that we surpassed that. The lowest we have right now is our ACT, and we know that that's going to go up a little bit more because we've already mentioned several times today about some of those districts that just went back the last 6 weeks. When talking to some of those superintendents, they were very dedicated to get those students tested, and so that's when we started talking at the beginning of the year. If you'll remember from last year, we were concerned because some of the students didn't have an opportunity to test, so we were working with our vendors, especially ACT, to give them every opportunity, and we even went into September, offered a window, we offered waivers, and so we offered 3 different windows this year for ACT. We extended every window that we had to the max to make sure that the districts could bring those students in. Again, we have no remote option to test, so they had to bring them to a secure location, and they got very innovative and creative as to how they did that, because some of them had to go to one-on-one testing that they had not done in the past. So they were very successful at that, and the districts that we talked with continuously told us, I want to try my very best to get that 95%, even though we knew as a state we probably would not make that. So we're very fortunate to get the participation that we have. Again, for those that are viewing, we had 93% participation with the ACAP summative. We had, for the ACAP alternate, which is a new assessment as well, we had 87% participation for access for ELLs. We had 96% participation, and for ACT with writing, we had 86%. And again, these are preliminary participation rates just now. Do y'all have any questions about that? Sorry, y'all stop me at any time. Thank you. Also, we've had quite a few, before I move on, we've had quite a few questions about ACT and looking at different options for the ACT. We are working with ACT to look at some plans for not this upcoming year, but for the future, for the next year. I know that there's been some questions around some districts are wanting to look at offering ACT twice, either in 10th grade or 11th grade. And also, Dr. McCarthy had asked about offering the pre-ACT, that's what we do now instead of playing because it's sunsetted, in more than one, in maybe 9th grade because we don't assess the students in 9th grade, and possibly doing it twice. Well, there is a plan that we're talking about, and leadership's going to be talking about it as well, as possibly looking at if we want to look at the 9th grade, which economically would be a lot better than offering, well, I'm not going to say that. We're going to get the cost analysis for that and present that to you all in, I think, August. So we'll do that. But if we want to look at an option of doing the pre-ACT in 9th grade, we can do the pre-ACT again in 10th grade. We could do the ACT in 11th grade and do a retest in the 12th grade if we choose to do so in the fall. And it would be only those students that wanted to participate in that retest in the fall for the ACT in their senior year.
Okay, I vote yes.
Okay, that is an option. Okay, so those are options. Again, we're going to bring you back several plans. I think you wanted us to look at possibly August to look at the cost, number one, because I see Andy eyeing me because he knows when I come to his office, I'm always have a plan. But we'll bring that back to you all in that. And I know that right now Tennessee does the retest. They do it in 11th grade and then they do it again in the retest in the 12th grade. Right now we are offering Work Keys, which is an optional assessment. We already offered that in the fall of their senior year, and then we offer that again in the spring for those students who haven't benchmarked. So we're already looking at that. So we'll bring that back to you all.
Would that bump up the numbers of potentially of the national merit? I would think that it would.
PSAT.
What's the PSAT, right, or the SAT?
Well,
then you become a national merit.
The PSAT.
It's a PSAT, and we don't administer that as a state assessment
No.
because we did that one year.
Right.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
But as far as trying to encourage the other, I would think that would help because the numbers, when you start comparing them nationwide, have sort of gone down in various locations, except for in certain states where the numbers are already statistically higher in other areas as well. But that would, to me, that would be a way to also encourage AP courses and a lot of potential that the students show on that pre-SAT.
Right.
So anyway, I just wondered if you had any information about how that impacts overall the number of students in the state.
I do not at this time. That's something that we could look at to bring back.
As a way to sell it.
Right.
To the money guy over there.
Are you going to discuss
No,
this
I don't
handout
think you have to
about
sell
the
it.
Yes, sir.
PSAT numbers? I'll wait.
Yes, sir. No, sir, I'm not. Sean Stevens, I think. Yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir. I saw Sean slip that on your table, so yes. So also, we have a lot of, again, we're continuing to build the assessment because we want to be fully aligned to the course of study, and you all know that we didn't pause. We just paused on how we did the development of the assessment because we still had educators involved this past year. It was a little bit different in the way we did. We did a lot of Zoom meetings around that because we knew that we couldn't pause because if we did, we would still be behind. So we continued with the development. We have a few meetings coming up as we continue the development. As you can see there, we put an a memo out to the superintendents a few months back asking for participants in these committee members. We have a very prescriptive, we try to be very prescriptive in how we get those committee members, whereas when I say that, we have to make sure that all board districts are represented. We make sure all demographics are represented. We make sure that special ed is represented. So we have very, it is a prescriptive
Allocation.
formula, yes, sir, that we go by to make sure that we're doing that. And we have to make sure that we have all grade levels on the certain bands. And then when we start looking at especially our standard setting meeting, when we start looking at our grade 3 test, we've got to really take that a step forward. And our technical advisory team has given us some guidance on that as to looking a little bit more in depth at who are on those committees. So we're continuously looking at that. I know that you all have had a lot of questions about data. We stated when we started developing this that the first year there's no way for us to get it back before school was out. And we hate that. If we were sitting here this year and we had tested last year, we'd be a little bit different. But due to the fact that we're not going to have standard setting until the end of July, we can't get it back any earlier. And so it will be August the 16th before the districts have an opportunity to see their first set of the summative assessment. What we do is we give them a review of it before we actually have to provide that to our accountability piece for the report card. So we have a timeline, and I have a memo that's going to go out hopefully next week to our superintendents with this information to let them know the timeline of when their data is going to be available. What we do first, we did this process 2 years ago and it worked really well, is to where we give them the student level data in our what's called the AIM portal, and they're able to go in and look at each student individually. Whereas in the past, sometimes they would get those summary reports and they were only looking at their district or the school as a whole, not actually the students. So now it gives them an opportunity to look at those students and start looking at where they need to do some of that prescriptive PD. And I know that that's a little bit later than they had anticipated because they want to do some of that this summer, but in hopes that we can do some during the school year.
Maggie, in the future,
Yes,
like
ma'am.
this year,
Mhm.
like you said, the standard setting and the TAC committee has
Yes.
to meet
Mhm.
and that sort of thing. But in the future, will they get the results before the end of school?
That is our target. That is our
That'd be
target.
great.
We have a few analysis that we have to do. Next year, we're going to do an analysis of the data around pandemic. So there's some things doing that. And so we have to just look at some, how we can get that. And that's what we've told DRC, and they've been challenged to work as hard as they can to look at a timeline. I have asked, go ahead.
But it's only the multiple choice portion that we'll get before
Right, and
the end of
that's
the school
fair.
year. The
Yes.
essay part is going to
Yes.
be after
And
the
then
summer.
that's fine.
Right. And I don't even know what comment I was going. Sorry. No, you're good. No, you're good.
I'll say this, she's a very modest lady there. What she did is she worked several times to make sure that window was wide enough to get as many assessments as possible, and that's why the participation rate was so wide.
And that
So,
number's outstanding.
It is.
It's
Because
amazing.
we're really shooting for 70%, hoping we would get that. And that 70% was really important because according to Dr. DeBrock, we will be able to make generalization based on statistics, the sample, make generalization about the population if the sample was 70% or higher. Well, she blew that completely out of the water. And part of that was the fact that she said, the superintendent said it would take 3 administrations. So she widened the window, so 1/3 of the students could come on these 3 days, 1/3 on these 3 days, and 1/3 on these 3 days. Hence being able to increase it as much as she did, so. Really good work.
And I have to join, I just have to join on the brag train because y'all know, we were talking about 70%, and I can tell you on the calls I was on, my colleagues across the country thought we were fools for shooting for 70%, because they thought we'd be below 50. And some states gave up already. They just said, we're just not even gonna try to give spring testing. So for us to give it, and to get 93% participation rate, is really.
That's huge. It is.
I have to say thank you to my team and also our vendors, because without them, and also kudos to the superintendents and their teams as well, because without them, this is not possible. They made it work. Again, I know that they were stressed to the max with everything that was going on, and then you're going to put an assessment in the middle of this. Kudos to them, because they made it work. And we know that we're an outstanding state anyway. We just proved that because the conversation that we had with Dr. DeBrock, there were some states that were shortening their test. And he had talked to us about, there was one that was even at 40% participation. So, they had some very low participations around the states. So we're very fortunate to be showcasing this. And hopefully he'll be talking to other constituents as well. But yes, ma'am, we are targeting to get this back earlier and earlier every year. And then for the meetings, I know that you all probably get questions about, okay, I've been asked to nominate people for these committee meetings, so I want to just give you a brief description of those meetings, so I put that in for your reference, so that when you get that, and this will be a continual thing until we say, okay, we can't keep doing this, we have no more money to continue building this. He closed his eyes over
Right,
there.
as long as we have, it
Yes.
looks like if money keeps popping in from Washington,
Yes.
that'll be a while.
Yes, sir. So, as long as we keep doing this, our goal was, when we wrote the RFP, is that we wanted to make sure that we included as many educators as possible, because they are the ones that are gonna make it happen in the classrooms. And so we continue to do that, including, continue to have those educators buy in, because they're very informative in the committee meetings that we have and the conversations that they have with us, because we take their feedback and we make that assessment work for those students.
In addition, every single committee has representation from every single state board member district, so we're very careful to do that.
Yes, sir, and we challenged our system test coordinators yesterday to make sure that we had a recommendation from each district within the state as well. And
Maggie,
Yes.
the ELA standards, you know, we voted on the ELA standards. But I don't think they've come into action yet, right?
Correct.
And so y'all will adjust the test questions.
Yes, ma'am.
To
We can give you
reflect.
that, yes, ma'am, we can give you that plan in August if you would like. We're already working on that because we're already building for that. So we're working closely with Dr. Davis's team as well to look at those ELA standards, because they did change drastically. So it is going to change the assessment just a little, but we'll give you a little more information about that a little later.
Which is a really good question, because before this test here, or way before that, we had the Stanford Achievement Test. So regardless of which standards you had, the test was the same, but this per day and age there. So yes, very good question. We do change the test
Yes.
because of the change of the standards.
I think I got an A.
Yeah.
Dr. Boyd's class. I've worked hard for that A. I want you to know. One other question. In the ESSA plan, I think it said that we would do at least the ACT in Spanish. Do we offer, or have we offered it in Spanish?
ACT does not offer that just yet in Spanish.
Okay, but
We
when
said
it does,
that-
do we plan to or not?
Yes, because we do offer our work keys in Spanish right now, and we do offer the summative in Spanish.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
I just wasn't sure. where
Yeah, we
were.
had, we directed that we were, any assessment that we could offer in Spanish, that we were gonna be looking at that, and so that is something, and ACT just does not offer it just yet.
But when they do, you'll let us know.
Yes, ma'am, I definitely will let you all know. And then I know that you probably may get questions about our test schedule, but I just wanted to give you our update, well, our testing dates for next year, so that that's on your radar, just in case you get questions about that. And again, we always put that clause at the bottom that dates are subject to change. We hate that, but you know.
The districts received it?
Yes, ma'am, they already have. I think they received it, whatever date is on there is when they received it. They've received it back in February. Yes, ma'am. It goes to the superintendents, and then we send it out to the system test coordinators as well for them to start. And see, that's late for them to get it. They're already building their schedules for the next year, because they're already asking us when we're gonna start for the next year.
And Nate will be administered next year.
Yes, ma'am. We're working on that now. They're working on getting the schools pulled. That's going to be a bit later this year. Nate usually notifies us in May as to those schools, and we notify them, but it's going to be later in the summer. We put that information out as well to the district's system test coordinators yesterday. That is going to be later in the summer as to when we'll be notified as to what schools were pulled for that. But yes, Nate, 22 is now going to be our 21, so it's going to be a big year. Yes. And we already have a meeting scheduled with Dr. Mackey and team to look at how we can promote Nate and what we need to do here at the department to help those districts.
Will it be the same number of I think they test about, is it 4% of our student population in that grade band?
It should be.
They haven't changed any of those rules.
They had talked about when we were going to do it for 21, they were going to drop the number, but they still haven't said 100% if that is still the case just yet. So we're not sure how many are going to be pulled. But as soon as we get information of that, we'll relay it to Dr. Mackey so that he can give that information to y'all.
Thank you, Maggie, we appreciate it. Anybody else have any more questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is Sean coming up now about this?
Absolutely, he's
Yeah.
walking up right now as you speak. So in front of you have the PSAT information there. And,
I'm good, thank you.
if there are any questions, I think Dr. Reynolds may have had a question about the SAT. Mr.
Yes.
Stevens is here.
I looked at the data, and I think somebody made reference to a statistician, but when you look at the school systems and try to ascertain how well they're gonna do, some of them apparently take it in the 10th and 11th grade, you show data. You know, in order to compare apples to apples, I'd kinda like to know the total number of eligible students that could take, because that's, I mean, you look at Madison City, for example, I know that particularly, you know, of the total population, they're doing pretty well compared to some of their systems, even though their numbers, they have large numbers. But what I'd like to know is the total number of eligible, and of those eligible, what percentage took the test?
Yes, sir.
Because if, you know, as the local school superintendent, my idea is to improve, as Dr. Boyd has taught us, the percentage as much as the normative, the normal amount, the name amount. And I think that's very helpful. This is a great list, and looking at within the systems of my district, I find it very interesting.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you to Amanda Dotz from Career Tech to help me with creating the heat map. I do think for consideration, because the PSAT is given in the fall, and that's the difference between, you may hear, you know, the PSAT, which is all part of the national merit, but then there's also a PSA 10. The PSA 10 gives the school systems the flexibility to choose a window in the spring to give it, whereas of course the national merit one it must be on that Wednesday in the fall or the Saturday, you know, no exceptions. And so that's, there may be questions later on, you know, why are some choosing this versus the other? One gives a little extra flexibility in taking the assessment. Also, it gives them additional time to prepare for it, obviously with coursework, but they get benefits from it as far as the AP potential and some of the scholarship opportunities. But you must be in grade 11, generally must be in grade 11 to be eligible for national merit. The only exceptions to those are for kids who plan to truly graduate a year or two early. And so that's why sometimes people do ask questions about that. I think this fall's participation probably speaks for itself at why, you know, there might have been much fewer kids who felt confident to take it. Our school's the same way, but I will certainly provide that data to you,
Yes, sir,
to the whole group.
But I don't think that's somebody, if you've got numbers, you should be able to provide that. And can you understand why I say I think it'd be more informative to me?
Absolutely, yes, sir. And I'll also send Ms. Nora the link to the actual interactive one so that you can access it online too, because you can hover over each of the systems and it captures that same information that's on page 2 for you.
And some of the
Give me the
schools
percentages.
aren't listed, so that means they would have 0.
If they're not listed on this, they did not participate. Yes, ma'am.
And we pay for it, is that right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we used to pay 100% to encourage more students to take it.
That's true. Several years ago, we paid for PSAT. I can't tell you exactly when we quit doing it, but it was so we could add something else. It may have been when the ACT changed, and we picked up the early high school ACT, I think.
I just would like, and I know I preached this before, but to encourage all students to have an opportunity to be a National Merit Scholar. And if you don't take it, you can't even be considered. And so, you know, I don't want this just to be in our wealthier school districts. I would like for it to be offered in all. And maybe it's not a high priority, but I just like opportunity. I like opportunity for all our students. So maybe possibly it's another thing we could consider.
Oh, yeah, we can look at, so I know Dr. McCarty and I have talked about ACT, because that's, as Maggie just mentioned, we're looking at whether we might do ACT twice. And some districts want to, some districts don't want to, but they're going through that now. But she did get numbers for us. I think it's about $2.5 million increase in testing we'll have to ask for from the legislature if we go to that. because it's just increasing the testing budget, that's just. So
Unless we realign.
The early ACT early high school is like $17 a student. The real ACT is about $55 a student. And, we'll try to negotiate some, we might get some off of that, but ACT is not a great company to negotiate with. Because they also want people taking it on Saturdays. And then we have that, if you qualify for free reduced lunch, then you can get one free test on a Saturday. They will not allow us to use that for in-school testing though, because they want to contract with the state of Alabama. So that option's not there. So if it's a state required test, we can't use a voucher for some kids and not for others. We would have to pay for the test for everybody. So we're looking at that, and that's not to say we cannot, if that's where we head, then this summer, August, believe it or not, it'll be August when we start talking about next year's budget request. We'll work that into our budget request. But I only say that because PSAT will be the same thing. If we want to pay for it, if we want to provide it for everybody, we've got to ask for money to be put into the budget. And, that's because wouldn't be fair for us to say we're going to require it and tell the districts they have to pay for it.
No,
Dr.
we
Mackey?
we cannot do that.
I think that in terms of the importance of whether it's a PSAT or an ACT, and perhaps the ACT on a cost basis may be more logical, but somebody else has to decide that. But I think, the governor's shown that she wants to increase attendance post-secondary by requiring the FAFSA, which I had some concern about. But I think if she wants to encourage enrollment by something like that, then we certainly should consider a testing program that lets students know intellectually and otherwise they're already qualifying for it. Because they go hand in glove for those of you that, that work with populations. If you get people to take the testing program and have their horizon higher, then it'll achieve. And I can tell you, I grew up in poverty, and if it was a counselor that said, Wayne, I'll get money for you to pay for you to take the test, I wouldn't have been a national merit finalist because I didn't have a briefcase. That's why, on a personal basis, I think it's a way to let students know that they're already accelerating, and it lets us have the data for that group over there that keeps trying to pass rules for us, including abolish to have some standardized national data that everybody recognizes.
And we can do, I know I
We need to
think,
fund
maybe
it.
last month or month before, we discussed it a little bit, and I said I'll have to, Maggie Hicks did this for us, I have to find out if ACT can measure, because we use the early high school ACT to ACT as our federal growth accountability, because you have to show growth from one of the others. So can they show growth from ACT to ACT? And ACT Corporation told Maggie, yes, it's a different statistical calculation, but they can do that. So it can be done if we decide we want to go to 2 administrations of ACT, so like 10th grade and 11th grade, instead of the early ACT to ACT. But, it's like these things have to fall in, so because we have to change that in our federal plan. Well, we don't want to go and make an amendment to our federal plan and then the legislature not fund it, and then the districts really would be holding the bag. So we've got to first figure out for sure we want to do it, and then we go to the legislature and get the funding, and then we can be working on a change to our federal plan at the same time that the budget's working its way through, with some kind of caveat. I'm looking at Shantia, Washington, to the feds that, look, if our legislature doesn't fund this, we're going to withdraw this request. But try to have both of those going on at the same time next January, because the legislature will come back in January. So I think we can expedite it and move that direction if that's what we want to do. Maggie's working with some of the local coordinators now to make sure that there's not going to be a big backlash. And a lot of folks say, no, we didn't have any input, and that's not what we want to do. But we're on track where we could move it in this next year if that's what we want to do.
Well, Dr. Mackey, I think that as you discuss with the board members, you may get a sense that a budget priority, even if we don't get an increase in budget, is providing this testing mechanism, because the governor's already requiring the school system to do with FAFSA what she didn't find. So, I don't mean to reiterate it, but that's the reality when you're dealing with students.
We can certainly put it in our request.
How did we replace, I know we had multiple discussions, and a lot of it preceded our new board members, but also they were at the local level, perhaps when a lot of this discussion was held. We had the plan, which they phased out, and there was a purpose in having the plan because it helped the plan. But how do we rework that in trying to sell it to legislators, beyond just the there's the workforce development mantra that seems to be easy to sell.
Right.
But it seems to me that if we're looking at a higher level of technology, whether it's in Mobile or Huntsville or Birmingham or Montgomery, we're going to have more opportunities for our students. And how would something like that fit into, since we've taken out some things because they took it away from us, but it may be better in the long run.
So, right, you're right. The plan is gone. So we used to be, we did the whole ACT suite. So
Right.
ACT Aspire, the Explorer in the 8th grade, Plan in 10th grade, and then the ACT. ACT, they abolished the Plan and the Explorer. But
Yeah.
they replaced the Plan with a new test they call ACT Early High School.
Right.
And so we went immediately to that. So that's what we're giving now is ACT Early High School, or a lot of people refer to it as the pre-ACT. Which gives, now I may get too over my head here, Maggie may have to help, but it gives a lot of the same information the plan did. But as you indicated, the plan also gave a lot of career kind of exploration, what things you might be interested in. I think they still get that with the early high school ACT, but it is a little bit different. The big loss was the Explorer. So the 8th grade test is gone. And of course, we have some middle school assessments we're doing to help kids with, figure out what career options are out there that they might be interested in. But the Explorer Plan ACT options not on the table anymore, like you say. So one of the losses would be, and this is when I hear the counters who say they don't want to lose the early high school ACT because it does have some of that career planning stuff in it that the pure ACT does not. And so that's why I think there's disagreement in the districts about which test they want to use. Another option, you can do the early high school ACT in 9th grade instead of 10th grade. So you could then you'd have a 9th grade test, a 10th grade test, and an 11th grade test, and a 12th grade test because we have the work keys. So then we would test every year 2 through 12. And that's fine, that's good in a lot of ways, but you all know we also always get hit, all y'all want us to do is test more kids. So just realize if we did that, and I know that's not what you even said, but I'm just saying if we
it's sort of
went to 2 ACTs and we added and we kept the early high school, we would test kids every year 2 through 12. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying I want all the cards on the table so everybody understands what we're doing before the decisions.
Well, and the purpose of testing or assessment should be for the benefit of the student in the long run only, although we use it for accountability, and that's important too. But and this was the big problem that we had, and I'm telling you things you already know, with the graduation exam is that students didn't see the relevancy in taking a graduation exam, but we all did for obvious reasons. And so if there's any way that we can translate those assessments, even for the parents who would encourage them, hopefully, and we know that not every situation is going to be an ideal situation for students, and they do a lot in spite of. However, if we can encourage them in a way that shows potential is there, and there's a purpose for them, if you have to make it selfish, that's part of this whole assessment problem. is that they do not understand the relevancy. And if they're not from, and I'm, again, preaching to the choir, but if they don't understand in a household where academics is not valued, if we can turn it around, because there are students in those households who do value the potential for ongoing education, and not just training short term, but long term, and how it can impact their lives. And of course, Dr. Reynolds mentioned how his life has been impacted by education, and you don't start out in an ideal situation, but you can
Even
make
if I need to end up at Auburn.
you can make it. Well, it's a good place to end up, but you know, but it doesn't. In other words, don't limit yourself. If you have to take it from that standpoint, help students understand that these are there for their benefit, even more than it is for the benefit of the accountability within a system. And I think that's one of the things, not just in Alabama, but in every state, that sometimes gets lost because we're looking at things, and it not always lost on us, but from an accountability standpoint, and with ESSER and all of these other things that we have to report, the student is often lost, even with the FAFSA, even if that's required. If it still has no relevancy, it's still lost. You know, you can make anybody do anything, but if they don't understand how it benefits them. But I agree with the trying to help earlier and having something that would benefit them, and we all know how that would help them. But if we can get that into some kind of translation for the student, I know in so many parts of my district, I don't have to worry about that. But in other parts, it is a big concern.
Some of my systems will offer it twice and they use local funds. But again, I want all of my systems that would like to offer it twice to be able to do that. And then we've got research, and Maggie probably has books on it, that show that students that take the ACT 2 or more times, on average, do much better the second time. And so that's part of it too. And now they're doing where you can do the parts of the ACT, and your composite, you take the highest of the components and add those in. So it's not even the overall score. So that's another incentive. And then you can get college credit if you score a certain level on one component on the ACT. So I've been convinced by listening to people in my district that it's a true benefit for the student to take the whole ACT twice. Now, I would like more information on the career component of the pre-ACT, because we're, talking about career exploration and things like that. And so I'd love to have more information on what does the report look like? Right. That kind of thing. What did the students get? What did the parents get? Because I've never seen that before. In fact, I didn't even know it existed until today. So I'm happy to learn that, but I'd like to have more information.
I hear from teachers that they need consistency in testing. Teachers don't have a lot of money to spend on supplies. And we give them a certain test to give, they buy supplies to fit that. And then in a year or two, we toss that out the window. Well, here they are, they have to start over. They start with nothing. And then they try to buy those supplies, and they scratch to make the textbooks match the test and try to match everything up so that their children can actually learn the material. And then before they know it, it's very frustrating. They want some kind of consistency.
Dr. McAfee, that's a good argument also for using ACT multiple times, because those study guides are online free, and teachers can use those things as opposed to anything else. And I'm convinced personally, and in my experience even with my own children, the ACT score is a reinforcer to know that you really can compete in Alabama with somebody in Princeton, New Jersey. And that's the reality we have to, our own image can be improved as we improve our scores. And giving them twice absolutely improves the scores.
Of course, in Princeton, New Jersey, more of them take the SAT. And so-
Not as, more going from SAT to ACT than the other way.
Well,
I just wonder, a couple of my districts have
Anyway, there's a
specific
comparison.
workshops for ACT. And so they invite students and parents, if they would like to attend, to come in to a workshop before they take their first test and after they take their first test. And I wonder if we've collected any information regarding those districts that have put that professional addition in for their students and compare the scores. If those students are able to attend an ACT workshop, I know a couple of my districts do that. They really, the counseling counselors really insist that they attend a workshop session before they take their test. And so in listening, I just wonder if we have any information, if that has really been a benefit. I'm sure it has, but in raw numbers, you know, how many districts do we have doing that sort of additional work?
AMSI does an ACT boot camp. And I don't know, I know they've measured results in some, and it may be more of a pilot program, but in the programs I've heard about where they've gone in, it has been very successful.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking if we're gonna lean toward two ACTs, then the addition of that workshop would be very helpful. I think our districts need to at least be aware of what their peers are doing and the benefit it's bringing to those students before they take the assessment.
If I can
You
just
start
add-
making, you start giving comparative data of who actually has what their scores are. Superintendents and school boards are gonna wanna compete, and they'll do those things.
Just
We have to do, I think we do one, the other is gonna naturally follow, just personally.
And just to add a couple, as our districts are, working through their road to recovery plans, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that many of those are choosing, activities that focus on students and their families on transitioning to post-secondary. There's a lot of flexibility in that, and I'm not gonna steal anybody's thunder because I think ESSER 3 is about to come up on the screen. But then also just as you talk to parents and families, please know that as part of the career planning system, students have, and the teachers as well, have access to test prep for ACT, advanced placement, PSAT, the SAT, as well as AccuPlacer, which many of our community colleges use in the placement, and it's free for every student in Alabama, and that's something that we've had in place because of our partnership with Career Tech. This will be our second school year with that, and it's been very, very successful in the number of actual core teachers who come to the training to learn more about how they can supplement their activities in their classroom. It's been really great. So two things to also encourage while you're out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Boyd, are we just going right on into ESSER?
Yes, ma'am, we are, and I would like to welcome to the front here Mrs. Shantia Washington. She retired with the State Department some time back, and she's joined us back up, and she is truly an awesome lady, has a lot of wisdom, knows federal programs, a lot of different programs like the back of her hand, so it's good to have her back and all her wisdom and knowledge. So welcome back aboard.
But I'm interrupting her before she starts, because she also, Ms. Washington was so involved in all the testing stuff over the last several years and accountability, and that she did not get up and run out of the room and say, this was a bad idea. I'm glad she's still with here. Because she really was very helpful in helping us work through the transition from NCLB to ESSA and what that looked like. And we're absolutely thrilled to have her back at the department. Absolutely.
She came out of retirement.
Well, thank you.
She came out of retirement.
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. Thank you, Dr. Boyd. And it's a pleasure to be before the board members today. And especially on such a wonderful occasion as for me to say, we have more money and opportunities. But a pleasant way to, I won't say exactly end the day, but it's a pleasant way to take all of those wonderful ideas that you've had, that I've listened to attentively, that you had, that need to go on in our schools and school districts,
and kind of see what we can do about taking some of those great ideas and fitting it into what we have here with ESSA 3.
Good.
So the American Rescue Plan is one of those things that we have been providing additional opportunity for the state, for our school districts, as well as for our students. It is a plan that was passed back in March 11th of 2021, and it provides basically $122.7 billion across this great country. And we want to make certain that these funds are used to assist not only individual students, but also some of this money is also geared toward the staff as well. And you will see as I go into the presentation how they can benefit as well. Simply stated, the funds are basic to help the students to return back to in-person instruction. That's the main purpose. It is to provide maximum instructional time. It is also to return them to a safe environment in order for our schools to operate appropriately. And also it is to address the impact of the coronavirus pandemic itself. And when I say the impact, we're speaking of not only academic impact, but social, emotional, and mental health. Many of those things that have caused problems with not only our students, but also our staff at the schools and districts, inclusive of the teachers. With this, there are some things that we want to take a look at. For one, the allocation that we're talking about for the state of Alabama, how it impacts Alabama overall. There are approximately $2 billion that we will receive in an allocation for the state of Alabama. Of that, 90% will be distributed to LEAs. So it's about $1.8 billion that will now go to the LEAs as a result of this particular act. Inclusive of that is the state has an opportunity to reserve 10% of that amount, which adds up to be about $202 million. And that is the amount that we can use up until not 2 years from now, which would be 2023, but because of the General Provisions Act, we have the tiding amendment, so we have until September of 2024 to actually expend that money. As we take a look at it, unlike some of the previous ESSER dollars, these particular dollars actually have some restrictions. And as it relates to the state's set aside, part of that restriction is that we reserve money for 5% of the amount to evidence-based interventions that are aimed at addressing learning loss. I heard a lot of talk about learning loss. So 5% of that money should go toward learning loss. And again, we're talking about at the state level, 1% for evidence-based summer enrichment programs and 1% for evidence-based comprehensive after-school programs. So when you look at these things, these are the areas that I've constantly heard over and over. If you look at, as I always say, what are the catalysts, what is the root cause, and what can we do to ensure that we are making corrections and that we are addressing any areas of need in top priority. What you see here before this plan actually tells us that these are the things that we need to concentrate on. Now, we're not only restricted to these areas, understand this is the minimum percentage that we should spend based upon this criteria. 5%, 1%, and 1% is illustrated here. We can always do more and go above and beyond, but these are the areas that they require us to look into as we look at how we will spend the money. And remember, our focus is really going to be on those vulnerable population of students, those that really need the assistance, those that really have huge learning loss gaps. That's the key word. Who has the gaps? So of course, as you well know, in determining those gaps, we're looking at data to make certain that we can identify where those gaps are and ensuring that we close the gaps as it relates to the students overall. In addition to the reservations that I just talked about, we also are required to do a state plan. And what makes this opportunity so great for us is that this is not a plan that we do in isolation. It is a plan in which we seek stakeholder involvement. So it's a matter of consultation that we must have across various entities across the state, including of various stakeholders. Those individuals who really know the impact that COVID has had among them, talking with parents, talking with students, talking with teachers, talking with administrators, and ensuring that we are addressing those things within the plan itself. And what you see before you are the specific items or topic areas in which we have to address it relates to the plan. They talk about the priorities and progress and needs that we have in the state currently. How can we safely reopen schools and sustain it to be a safe environment? Planning to ensure that we are coordinating our efforts with funds, ensuring that we are maximizing on our state level funds to support students. And in supporting LEAs and planning and meeting the needs of the students and showing them exactly what it needs, consulting with them and working with them and providing technical assistance to ensure that they understand how to look at it from a perspective of what students truly need, supporting the workforce with educators, as well as monitoring and measuring progress. So not only are there specific requirements for the state as a whole, but also for LEAs. So portions of the money that I just talked about previously, they must, at a minimum, use 20% of their funds to measure any academic loss as it relates to students and how it has impacted them. And the one key thing that we want to remember through this, they not only have to use that 20% to address academic loss, but they also have to make sure it's something that they're using that is considered to be evidence-based, so that we're not just haphazardly using something to say that we're closing the gap, but actually it's something that's evidence-based.
Cynthia, do we recommend a way for them to measure the loss? Because
Yeah,
like
that's
the
the question
ECAPs
right
for, they're not coming back, so we don't have those yet. So how do we give them that here are the recommendations for how you can assess how this first grader didn't learn or this ninth grader? I know that like the SEALS task force, when y'all worked on that, you asked for that there be a measure for every grade, to determine what the learning loss are. Are we working with that now so that we can determine the academic loss?
Absolutely. We don't give summative assessments, but at the beginning of the school year, every school district has the opportunity to use Global Scholar. Global Scholar is a Scantron test, and the Scantron test has two major components. One is called the Achievement Series. The other one is called starts with a P. Performance Edition. Thank you. So the Achievement Series is typically used by districts who want to use it at the beginning of the 9-week period and at the end of the 9-week, but a performance could administer at any time. So that kind of gives you a benchmark, an idea where the students are at and where the prescriptive assistance is needed for those particular students. Not only gives you information to help those students, but you can use that information to tailor-make professional development for those particular teachers who aren't reaching the mark. So it's like a double-edged, or you can use it for two different things, to help the students and to help the teachers. And all of this, Dr. McCarthy, board members, is free to every school district. We as a state offer this opportunity to the teachers. Not only that, but there's the 6 assessment companies that we use associated with the Literacy Act for grades K through 3. They're using that.
Dr. Boyd, the operative word you used was opportunity.
Yes.
My perception is not an opportunity. If we provide it free, what mechanisms do we have in light of COVID and ESSER fundings that are flowing through these schools to not let that be an opportunity, but let that be a requirement in order to provide the services to children that they should?
Good question, excellent question. So Dr. Davis and her team, so Ms. Moore, they work with the management piece and work with Mr. Craig for the money piece. In terms of the instructional piece, that's handled by Dr. Davis and her team. So what she has like a rubric or almost like a scoring guide, which forces the superintendent and his or her team at the local level to assess different things. So they ask what learning
So they're
loss.
going to require this assessment that you said was an opportunity as a requirement. Dr. Davis, is that what you're saying? So in the fall, they'll all be given, every child will be given this assessment?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to,
No.
he referenced you and you turned around and I could tell you wanted to talk.
Just, Ms. Washington and Dr. Killingsworth and I have been talking about that too, because what we know and what we've read, even as up to early as this summer with the summer learning, because they will start that. like Dr. Moore said, 8,000 kids. They're asking really, from what we're gathering with all the webinars we're on, they want us to start with some baseline that is, what are the structures, what are the programs, what PD are you using? So if you take, because with these, what we looked at, those three areas, whether it's summer learning, whether it's after school, and then the use of those evidence-based interventions, they want a comprehensive look, which starts at the programs that you're using this summer, how many kids attend, how many kids, at the end, what does it look like? And then what training so if you're using, I don't know, I'm just gonna make up something, Coca-Cola product to teach with, how many teachers got that training? And then when you look at long-term, those same kids, we talked about this yesterday, those same kids, we need to look at what their ACAP is compared to those that didn't go. Another component when we've looked at all of this is what community partners do you have this year? And then we already have some of these evidence-based interventions that we are actually going to include that they provide numbers on, which is how many of your teachers, take away what the legislator requires, but how many of your teachers are finished or currently in letters, because we know that that is evidence-based. How many of your teachers have been trained in numbers, which is the sister of letters? How many of your teachers that are doing summer learning, OGAP, and used it? And then we'll look at those things. We are actually building that, because that's the kind of data we will start with this summer, unless they give us something different, because all the states are saying the same thing. And what we see is they're saying, okay, look now, but then let's look at the long-term plan based off of gathering that. So we have all said, we better lay this out for them in the next few weeks, because if we don't, we're gonna get cussed out, because I would have been mad too at the State Department if in July they say, oh, and gather this. So we're in the middle of that.
Right, so we cannot come up with a plan until we define the concern. Once we define the concern, then we come up with a plan, and defining
The
the
concern
concern
is some normative data, that's what our concern is. I
Right.
mean, I assume that if you're gonna administer this test to everyone, because people can assert learning loss, and I don't know what that means. I know that I believe learning loss is reality, but it's different at different levels. Higher achieving children can actually have more learning loss than lower achieving children, even though it's a percentage of what they need, it may be less.
And one of the things that we can require, that we will require, is a use of one of those assessments, because Cognia, when we built our reopening plan last summer, we put all those directions in there. So Cognia has some of those free assessments at different grades. Scantron Global Scholar does, so because they can give a pre and a post and take away the K-3 early literacy and math, but all those others, even if I'm there for credit recovery or, so the way we've talked about it is that they can say, okay, this is what we're gonna administer as pre and post, because there's not one this summer to do as far as wide scale. So that's where we want to start, and we are every day, some more stuff while we're sitting back there, trying to get and make sure that that's what we're supposed to do, but that's what we are hearing and seeing. They keep telling us we're ahead, and we do not feel ahead, but so.
So when you say they, who is they is telling?
The U.S. Department of Ed, they have at least once a week webinars, CCSSO, other national partners like the Comp R7CC and the National Comp Center, the National Governors Association, that group that's doing summer learning also. So we are webinars on that. So we are between probably Miss Martin, Miss Washington, myself, and Dr. Killingsworth, we are probably at least on one of those webinars daily.
As much money is going to local school systems with SR, which is 90% of it.
Right.
I don't think we should be reluctant to help.
No.
Sure.
Not just give guidance, but give insistence that the intent of the SR funds are used that way. And as a former superintendent and living around, that doesn't always happen.
Right. So what, just to sum up that particular portion of the discussion about the monitoring and measuring progress, one of the recommendations that will be made is the fact that we will, of course, definitely ask for what will you use as a means of measurement, but highly recommend that you use this as a tool to do the measurement. If you're not going to use that particular platform for measuring, what will you use? And then through application, because they will have to, and I haven't gotten to that portion yet.
Yes, ma'am.
But through application, they will allow us to know specifically what they are using, and then if we don't agree with the validity of what they are using, we can make additional suggestions to
Remanded
them.
for review.
Correct.
We are not
There-
mandating Scantron.
That
for
is
those
correct.
districts
That is
do not
correct.
use it.
That is
It
correct.
is a local board
It is a
decision.
local board decision, and so what we don't want to do midstream is to demand that of them, but yet we still want the data, and we want them to be able to measure the progress. So the best way, I feel professionally to handle that would be for us to ensure that they have some means of measurement, and then if it is something that we see that is not considered to be a valid mean of measurement, then we work with them to try to secure a valid mean of measurement. And therefore, we're not, since it's not a last minute thing of the State Department pushing and enforcing something on them that they may already have and that they're using, and that works perfectly well for what we're trying to accomplish here. So
Good.
that is what we will do as it relates to the application.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So the remaining allowable use of funds is something that we wanted to make certain that we spelled out to you specifically, because we know you've had all kinds of questions about how this money could be used over and over again. So we want to make sure that we put it in writing to you so that you would know specifically what it could be used on. First and foremost, we want to make certain that it can be used for something that that we're using it out of pots of money that we already have, that it is allowable use for. For an example, ESEA funds, IDEA funds, adult education and family literacy funds, and of course, career tech funds. Anything that's allowable expense under those specific funds can be used through this ESSER money. In addition to that, though, you can also use it for like health protocols to ensure that, you know, students can come back to a safe environment. You can use it for preparedness and coordinating response and efforts to prevent and prepare for COVID. Training and professional development and sanitizing. Ensure that we're using it also for just the spread of infectious diseases. And you know, a lot of them have a problem with having the necessary supplies. So they can use this money for the purpose of supplies and keeping them safe. Remember, one of the components of this particular fund is to make sure we're returning in person, not just returning in person like we always have, but we're returning in person in an environment that's safe for our students, and not only safe today, and as they say, have a destruction on tomorrow, but it's sustainable. So that you're using these funds, you can use it for that purpose. A lot of people are looking at it for the purpose of trying to improve indoor air quality. And that is something, even myself personally, I didn't really think about until COVID hit. So I myself, I'm getting an improvement in my house as it relates to indoor air quality, because I want to make sure that the air is flowing through appropriately. Repairing and improving school facilities, addressing the needs of children, not only from low-income families, but children with disabilities. We talked previously about English learners, ensuring that homeless students are taken care of and catered to, and foster care youth. Ensuring also that we are prepared as it relates to any kind of activity that we're planning that has a long-term effect on closures, and anything even to the point of providing meals for students. This money can be used pretty much on just about anything that we can dream of. It's just a matter of, and I always say, those that know me from the accountability world, let the data show. As long as the data shows that there is a need for it in order for them to return to school safely, and ensure that it is something that can be sustainable for them to close gaps academically, socially, emotionally, or from a mental health aspect, pretty much it is an allowable use of funds. And I think I've summed it up through what I just said on that one. So LEA requirements, there are some requirements unlike previously for even LEAs. First of all, we talked about the accountability piece. Well, guess what? They have to develop a plan. And part of the plan is to ensure that they too seek stakeholder input, and that they too look at it from a point of view of ensuring that it is an in-person environment that's safe not only for their students, but for the staff as well. And ensuring that they post all this information up on this website. Inclusive of that, they have to do what they call an in-person plan. It can be encompassed within that one plan or two separate plans, but as long as it also addresses like some of the CDC regulations that are required. So all of that is part of their requirement as well. We do have some key dates that we want to kind of let you look at quickly. At present, we've only received about 2/3 of the allocation from the U.S. Department of Education, and we received that particular money back in March. Then, according to the U.S. Department of Education, we have to ensure that we are pushing that money out to the LEAs by May 24th, so that's a very important date for them. If you see it, there's an asterisk there for June the 7th, 2021 as part of the application submission to the U.S. Department of Education. Well, I put an asterisk there because we have already asked for an extension for that time period because if we're truly wanting to involve our stakeholders in development of this plan, we have to make sure we have enough time to do so, inclusive of involving you in the development of the plan. So we've already asked for an extension that we are awaiting to ensure that we can make certain that we have opportunity to involve all the stakeholders that need to be involved. Inclusive of that, I've already mentioned about us making certain that we're posting information to websites and all of that. June the 21st is one such date. We will receive additional money. The 1/3 that's left that we haven't received at this point should come sometime, they are saying this summer. And let me go on record of saying we are continuously receiving information from the U.S. Department of Education. As a matter of fact, as I speak, there is a session going on right now. They have weekly webinars with us to provide us with updates and additional guidance as they develop it. So it's not, we don't have everything in front of us right now. So I just want to let you know something that I say today, and it may come back next time and you say, no, Shanthia, no, you said this. And I'm going to say, yes, but that is as of today's date, May 13th. And they have changed since then.
Good
so I just wanted to let you know that what we are providing before you today is what we know as of today based upon the U.S. Department of Education's guidance. Just so you'll know, when you're looking at totals, the numbers that you see before you here are really coming from all of the funds that we have been provided to this point. That includes your ESSA 1s, your 2s, and now your 3, your gear money. And you will see that's the state total that we will receive once all of the allocations have come into the state. And then the next slide gives you an idea of what LEAs would have received based upon the same funding sources, the ESSA 1s, 2, 3 gear as well. And then that is the total that LEAs would have received.
Good dollars.
Now, one other thing I want you to be aware of, the totals you just saw on the previous slide does not include this money I'm about to talk about right now. So yes, there's additional money. This particular money is for homeless students. Remember, this is one of our most vulnerable populations of students. So many students, remember, because of the pandemic, that number has really increased since like last year this time. So to take care of that particular area, Congress felt it wasn't just enough to give money for the ESSER 3 funds, but also that they needed to specifically outline students that are homeless. So in doing so, any school system can now take a look and say, hey, I have homeless population of students and I need to really help those specific students that maybe there are additional funds I would need to take care of their needs and their gaps. So in doing so, the ARP Homeless Fund is a supplement to the McKinney-Vento homeless funds that we already received with the state. We are to use it, though, for identification of those homeless students. And we are to also use it to help provide what I heard earlier, and I was like, yes, wraparound services, to actually cater to wraparound services for our students who are impacted by COVID-19. And we also are using, we have to use those funds to provide assistance to homeless children to make certain that they can attend school and participate fully in in-person instruction, because that is a barrier for some of the homeless students. In doing so, we get an opportunity again, that's my big word for the day, opportunity. We get an opportunity again to provide total allocation for the state is right at $13 million. We get it in 2 disbursements. The first disbursement will be for the purpose of catering to the needs of those districts that already receive the McKinney-Vento homeless allocations. And then the second disbursement amount will be used for all LEAs in the state. So I just want to make those 2 distinctions clear about what we receive there.
Ma'am, is this fund dispersed based on the number of homeless students identified?
Yes.
And so there is an inducement for school system to increase the identification of homeless because the money does follow those numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what I understood.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Now, I just want to leave you with this before you ask me any questions, and if there are additional questions. But this also provides us an opportunity to carry out a plan, a strategic plan that you have so graciously put together for this great state. And in doing so, I want you to think about these funds that I spoke about today as that motto that you have in that plan. And that is making certain that we are serving and giving every single child every chance, every day. And that's what these funds are about. Okay, now I will entertain any questions if you have any additional questions.
Well, I do.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to say that on the edge of my seat, I've been listening intently. I think this is probably the greatest opportunity that we have to really get it right in Alabama. And so while I'm very sorry for what brought these circumstances to us, I am so focused on accountability for these funds. And so I just want to go back to the state requirements slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Where you first started speaking about our stakeholders, and a stakeholder that I didn't hear mentioned, not because we aren't including them, but I'm always thinking about our business community. You know, they're citizens too, and they have suffered great losses this year in terms of employment and revenue and closures. Many of our students are at home with parents who have lost their jobs. And so I'm just wondering if at our level, at the state level, we can engage at the state level with the business community, whether that's through the Business Council of Alabama or other entities that I've been thinking of that we could be engaged with in our plan, and then that could also help us disseminate our plan after June 7th or whatever date that comes about. If we could put in simple terms for the business community so that they can assist us in communicating with our locals. The business community is a vital stakeholder for everything that we do, and I didn't hear them mentioned, so I wanted to ask.
Absolutely. They are part of the stakeholder group that we are seeking input from and consulting with. There is a laundry list of individuals that we are required to include. And another group is like even from the Indian tribe. We have to make certain that we have every single stakeholder that has been outlined by the U.S. Department of Education to be included in that consultation. So the business industry group is also one of the groups.
Okay,
yes.
Wonderful.
And to answer your question, yes, we can partner with them as a means of ensuring we're getting the word out. Absolutely.
I mean, I could envision our local chambers of commerce distributing our plans in their local communities. Those board members are very engaged at the local level, and I'm sure would love to support their local school districts by having our planning and that sort of thing available for them.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you, and thank you in advance for, I mean, you've done a tremendous job.
Well, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Bell? I think that in speaking, when we talk about accountability, one of the things with this much money coming out of Washington and it's not just Alabama, as you know, it's across the country, and the states like California and some of the larger populated, more populated states are facing, and the more diverse, Texas, where you have a lot of, they're just so different, but there's a lot of money. And one of the things that I'm sure you're going to ensure is that there's also a lot of accountability at our level, because I know there was a reason in the discussions that I've been a part of at the national level with other state board members, and just sort of the overlap, and we have a lot of the U.S. Department of Education employees who are speaking to us, and that there's so much money going to the local level. There was a reason why our Attorney General was very specific when he was speaking to the local school officials about making sure that where they put the money is where it's supposed to be going, according to what the law requires. And some of the U.S. attorneys in some areas may be busier than some of the U.S. attorneys in other areas, but the AG in Alabama, hopefully, and some other things that have happened, will make sure that that doesn't happen in Alabama. We don't need it. We don't need to spend more money to try to defend the locals. We just need to make sure that we use it the right way. And you're correct. There's a lot of, in certain parts of the state, there will be some Indian tribes that will, or Native American tribes that will be benefiting because of the population in those areas. But at the same, and then we'll have a lot of the families that have moved across the border and are perhaps not even U.S. citizens yet, the ELA. There's so much going on, but that money is very specific in terms of how it has to be spent. There's some flexibility, as you well know, but we just need to make sure that it's done right. And I know you will.
Yes, ma'am, I will. But I do appreciate your concern, and I do appreciate you bringing that out, that how important that is.
Dr. Reynolds, do you have a question?
The other concern I have, and I think you will address it, is many school systems, if they incorporate these modifications with this funding, have to deal with the fact that it may go away. Likely will go away. And as a person that ran local budgets, sometimes your budgets can bloat because of monies that show up. You know, you spend the money you got that year, and 2 years from now, your successor will have to deal with the deficit. How are we, because you're conceptualizing this and helping them to understand this is, not to overuse the term, a windfall.
So one of the way I think to address that is to really, when we're providing to technical assistance to the LEAs, is think about sustainability. Really think of putting sustainability almost first to see if whatever they are using the funds for is something that can be sustained. A good example of that is what we just had, we just viewed with our young people, the Grow Your Own program, okay? If you're gonna make investments about what's gonna happen years later, as a result, you would wanna come up with innovative ideas to try to, say, close gaps with teachers that you may now have lost and have some major barriers to recruiting within your district, putting funds into those, investing in those students so that 3 or 4 years down the line, you truly have the necessary content area people that you use, that you will have to teach the students that need to be taught. Those are the kinds of things that you want to think about long-term as you use the money, and not just the drive-by night kinds of ways of using the funds. So as we provide technical assistance and make recommendations to LEAs, we would definitely make sure we emphasize the importance of looking at sustainability as opposed to just, let's just go buy this now, put the money here, and then you don't see the results later. And what
much
kind
more
of major
eloquently
impacts.
express what I was trying to say.
Yes.
That's right.
Any other questions?
Are our plans coming in?
The SO2 plans are coming in. Yes, they are. And the deadline is June the 1st, if I'm not mistaken. But they are already rolling in.
Well, let me compliment you. I shared with Ms. Ziegler earlier in the week that one of my superintendents was getting a lot of oversight
with his particular plan and was talking with me about it, and it was very good to hear the amount of attention that he was being given to make sure that his plan is a good one for his local school district. It's a small district, it's not a wealthy district, it's very rural. And so I just want to compliment everyone for staying on it and making sure that these plans are excellent for every child.
Thank
And
you.
I'll second that too. I agree with what Tracy just said, that I've heard very positive feedback. And I said, well, is there anything else, we could do to help you? And they said the only thing was when they were inputting all their information, they said the font kept getting smaller. Have y'all heard that? And they said it got to a size 6 font. And they're like, with a magnifying glass.
They must have written too much.
That's your incentive, right? Don't put so many words in. But they felt like they had to explain, to your point, what they were doing and the justification for it. And as they kept typing, they said it just kept getting smaller. So, but they were very thankful for the guidance that y'all provided.
Yes. Well, thank you again. That's wonderful feedback that we're hearing, so.
And if I may, and I won't take this long, but just remember, so next Tuesday, or Tuesday after next, the 25th, we'll be doing a webinar with superintendents. So they don't have the information you have now. I mean, they have pieces of it, but remember, this is ESSER 3, so they're really focused on those ESSER 2 plans. And most of them have not come in yet, but we'll get a few more every day. I am a little worried because you remember we said we were going to try to turn them around in 48 hours. We for sure could turn them around in about 5 days. But if they all come in on May 31st, which it looks like we may have about 60 that come in on the last day, it's going to take a little longer to go through those. Now, part of that is what y'all just alluded to, because they're like working back and forth so that they don't submit a plan and then we ask follow-up questions and they resubmit. They're wanting to make sure all of that's done before they submit. But I think we've got about 30, I think as of yesterday we had 30 in, about 12 approved. And I'm getting kind of every other day updates on those, and then that's good, but that just means in the next 3 weeks, we know we've got about 110 more that are going to come in. And then the ESSER 3 plans will follow that. And that's what we'll talk about on a week from Tuesday. And you'll get that link. We'd love for y'all to join in and listen. Of course, it'll be this same information, but also probably some more in-depth stuff that those program directors want on the specific plan completion.
And one more quick question. The Wi-Fi connectivity, is that part of any of this money or is that the governor's?
So let me take that one. So there's 2 Wi-Fi programs, right? And one is ending and one is starting.
Talking about fund sources.
Fund sources, yes. So there was money in the original CARES 1, which was the plan passed last April. And the governor, that could be spent for Wi-Fi vouchers. I think that's what you're talking about. And the governor set aside $100 million and it will pay for, purchase the equipment, which is a good thing. So they're not leasing their equipment, and if once the program runs out, because the state has purchased the equipment, the homestead gets to keep it. So we purchase the equipment and then pay their monthly bill through this May and into June. So that was called the ABC for Students program, and that was funded out of the Department of Treasury money from CARES 1. There was no CARES 2. There was money set aside. So CARES 3 put out of the way for now, but CARES 2, there was money given to the Federal Communications Commission to do an at-home voucher program. So we just got the rules on that last week, the week before. But what we now understand is that those students that qualified for the ABC program can immediately just transfer from that program to the new program to get their voucher. but it comes through a whole different federal agency, and so it's not just like nothing changes. Like they have to apply and say they want to be switched from the ABC for Students program to the new EBB program. And so we've been getting information out through the local schools, because that's the only way we know, we don't have these folks. So getting information out to them through the schools, it's a pretty simple process that they can do. But because it's a switch in the summer, we anticipate that we're going to see a drop off. And then in August, more people are going to say, wait a minute, I need my internet again. Not that they don't use it in the summer, but then, so there will be a step back up. But that program will find internet through next school year. So it really could be a big deal. And people who are on the current program automatically qualify. So they don't have to go through any vetting again. They automatically qualify to just shift over to the new program. And then the third round of money, ARP, there's not dedicated money for a voucher program, though there is money to build out broadband, money going to the states to build out broadband connectivity. So there may be some more long-term. I will tell you this, that on that same lines, what we are hearing from both sides, from parents and from the vendors, is they want a long-term voucher program, similar to the power company vouchers now if people can't pay their power bill. They're worried about this, a program for 12 months, and then it may or may not continue, and they feel like they could build out more capacity if they knew it was here forever. It's what I hear from the companies, the providers.
How's that different than having broadband everywhere? Unless
Well, this pays pays your broadband bill.
I know, but if we're talking about the role to expand broadband everywhere, not just for persons who qualify for disadvantage, because all families who may not qualify financially don't necessarily put a priority in having Wi-Fi in the home.
That's right.
And the difference and the impact in school systems is that it impacts all your children, even though those who may appear that they should prioritize what they don't. So it inhibits the school's ability to deliver instruction and children's ability to access instruction.
So the broadband companies, which are your local telcos, the big telcos, some rural electric providers, and of course the cable companies are the big ones. And what they tell us is they're willing to build out the network, but they want to make sure they're going to have customers to sign up. And that's why the voucher program is important for them, because if they know that the families are going to be there next year and the year after and the year after and the year after, and they're going to get vouchers to help pay for it, then they're more willing to run the broadband to those rural communities because they know there'll be a customer base.
And I'll
What
have to
they're
pay
afraid
anyway.
of is, yeah, you'll have to pay anyway, but what they're afraid is they go out and build these networks and then nobody signs up for them. So, and I think there is obviously that discussion going on both in our state. Y'all know we have a new broadband commission set up to kind of oversee that. And of course federally to try to build out the network and to pay for the vouchers. So that's that program. And while I'm on a soapbox, I'll get off. But one other program y'all haven't asked about, it's a little different, is the PEBT program, which is the pandemic EBT cards through the Department of Human Resources. But we're also very involved in that. So students who qualify for free or reduced lunch and who have been on remote instruction can get extra benefits. Their parents can get extra benefits on their food assistance cards. And they just essentially load more money onto them for the month. And our role has been, we've had to, obviously we have those students, but also school districts have had to identify like what percentage of their, not each child necessarily, but what percentage of students have been in person or remote for every month of this past year. And we've uploaded that, I think twice. The next upload will be the end of May. And that will be data that will be paid on the cards for June and July but it's all in arrears. So it's like how many people have been remote this spring? Right now, they're getting money loaded on their cards based on whether they remote or in person last September and October. And so it's behind. But this summer, it will finish out this school year. And then there'll be some, the PEBT program goes away for next school year, if I understand it right. But then it comes back the next summer. So the federal government already has said that it'll be back again for the summer of 22. So they can get money through this summer and then money again next summer, additional money on their family assistance cards. So what we're having to do is obviously help DHR get those names and addresses and make all those connections. And there'll be one more tranche of data at the end of May. Plus, there's a special provision that we have to, this will be a little bit of work, a lot of work on our staff, but we have to leave an application process open for people for this summer, for people who moved to Alabama over the summer but qualify for food assistance. So we have to give them the opportunity to apply during the summer. Not that we wouldn't want to, but obviously they have to apply, and then somebody has to verify whether they qualify or not, and then upload that data to DHR. So it's a cumbersome thing, but that's part of the rules. If we participate, we have to do that. We obviously want to participate. So those are two programs that we're working with, but the money is actually not flowing through education. And the other one's COVID testing, and y'all may have heard some about that, but there's $142 million to the Department of Public Health to provide testing for schools that want to test students next school year. Actually, they can do it as early as this summer.
To 12-year-olds.
They can test all the way down to preschool. This is testing.
Okay.
COVID testing.
Not administration of the vaccine.
Not the vaccine. This is COVID testing. And the Department of Public Health, we've been working with them to identify school districts that are interested. Most districts are not interested in it, but some are. And I think that they are, well, I know they're working with University of Alabama at Birmingham to help manage that program. So those are three other programs that we're also intently involved in, but the money's not actually passing through us. Our staff are working hard. And I know y'all know that already, but they are really, really working hard to keep all this managed.
Dr. Mackey, I understood that part of the reason for increasing the EBT funding is for remote students is they're not readily in the schools to have the free lunch.
That's right.
That's the rationale. So as an offset to that, how is that absence or those distance learning or remote learning affecting the school system's reimbursement of the child nutrition? Because there philosophically was a balance.
Yeah.
If we're not feeding them and they're getting EBT to feed them, there seems to be a relationship.
We have had some issues this year with child nutrition programs breaking even. And it's really on two things. One, they've pretty much had to do prepackaged meals this year. Y'all have probably been in some cafeterias and seen that. So prepackaged meals cost more per meal. And so and some have had to hire extra staff because of that. So their costs have gone up. And to some degree, their reimbursement rates have gone down. Not all school districts, but what happened essentially was if you're in a district where every child qualifies for free lunch, like Montgomery County, what we call community eligibility, then that's one thing. But if you're in a district where they still do the applications to see how many students qualify, well, the applications went way down this year because, as you know, the USDA said every child is free everywhere for this year.
Right.
And so parents were like, well, if my child's free anyway, why should I turn in that application? So the applications went down, which means they get less reimbursement and their costs went up. So many of our districts have had a pinch on child nutrition this year. Now, there's some funds that they can use, some of their, I think even some of their ESSER funds can be used for that. We don't have anybody, Mr. Craig, I mean, nobody's called us and they've like run out of money and can't run their program. If we, they can't do that another year, but we think next year, the forms should come back in and we should be okay. Is that pretty close?
Yeah, most of ours, were back to in-person more so than most other states. So the fact that all of them were free meant that all the served meals got the federal reimbursement rate, which is actually more than,
Right.
if you sold the meals. So it's, if you get your participation up and keep it up, for the most part, from that standpoint, you benefit a little bit better.
Dr.
A
Mackey.
lot of them took advantage back to last year. One particular system in our area took full advantage of the summer feeding, the after-school feeding. They ended up, when everything was shut down, they ended up feeding their kids and everybody else around them kids, again, at that full federal reimbursement rate, so.
And they convinced Mr. Craig to work in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Ms. McCray?
Yes, back to the high-speed internet. District 7 has a lot of rural area, and that's been a problem for my district. It costs $20,000 a mile to lay high-speed cable. So if you have only 2 houses at the end of that road, it's just not feasible for the company to come in and do that. But those children need it too. But I understand, or actually I read on AL.com, where the governor had released some grants, quite a lot of money. And I'm hoping, and it's for rural areas, a lot of it is for rural areas. So I'm really hoping that those children will be able to get access. But there's no guarantee that the parents will be able to afford it if they get the cable out to those homes. So this other program, the vouchers, maybe will take care of that. But it's slow go in rural areas and very expensive. And really a company who does that is not doing that for the money. They're really doing that to help the area and help the community. And we do have some providers, thank goodness, in our area, providers who are doing just that, knowing that it will not be a big moneymaker. We're not having trouble getting providers in the populated areas because they can make a profit right away. But we are having trouble getting providers to serve those children at the end of the line.
And I'm impressed you had that number. I did not know that cost. I've written it down to keep. Yeah, 20,000 miles, pretty expensive.
That's for 5.
Okay. All right, okay, on to number 2, board member questions. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody have a question?
I'd like to have my requested notebook with the contracts,
Okay.
because it's prohibitive to try to print it out, as far as if you can have that I requested last time. The other is, I would actually like to have, instead of just especially with the large document, there's something to being able to make notes. And we don't ask for a whole lot as far as office supplies, but it'd be nice to have copies sent out at the same time that we receive the information for the agenda items and so forth on Thursday. Printed, because it does cost a lot. And plus ink, yeah, we would have gone through at least 2 cartridges this last time because there's so much to print out. But I know that that's another expense, but I don't think board members ask a whole lot. We're pretty cheap. But I think it's helpful.
If I could jump in
You
and
want to
I'll back
piggyback on the
out, but
contract?
yeah, if I could piggyback that, yes, if they're, I think last month we talked about contracts and trying to determine you know, when it starts, you know, like when the first seed, when the first, like, I'll just use ARI. Let's say ARI decides that they want to spend some money on letters training. And what are the steps? You know, what are the steps and how does it follow through? And how can we as a board monitor that? And I'm not saying the small contract. I mean, I don't know what the will of the board is on that as far as a dollar amount. But for large contracts, and we can define what large means, that we understand what's going on while it's here in this building. Once it leaves the building, yes, there's a process. You know, the financial office, and I think the governor has to sign it, and it goes by contract review committee, and all, but we don't control any of that. That's beyond our authority. But while it's in this building, again, what determines at what point, who makes the decision whether it goes out for bid? So, you know, first, what is the problem we're trying to solve, right? So what is the problem we're trying to solve? Then define exactly what that includes to solve that problem. Then are there multiple vendors out there could help us address it? Are there people internal who maybe have talents that we haven't used in that way before who could address that problem? And then perhaps put it out for bid if that's the next step. Or if it's a sole provider, then we would know that they're the only ones that do that. You know, they have monopoly on that service. They're the only ones that do it. If you want this done, you're going to have to use them. But terms and accountability, we've talked so much about accountability today. And so accountability, what is in that contract, and this would probably be the legal part of that, but when it goes to the legal office for review, what protects us if they fail in what they've contracted to do? You know, and what recourse do we have if they have failed?
They breached the contract?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that happens. It probably happens very rarely. But if it were to, you know, do we have the appropriate protections in that contract, and what recourse and what measurements do we have? I mean, just like, you know, I asked about that measurement earlier. I think the more you can specify something and get expectations all, you know, in place, the better off you are. And then, and I think this is something I brought up last time, if we start seeing over and over again that we have a particular need and we keep contracting it out, perhaps at some point we might want to say and talk with HR and say, I think we need to hire somebody, you know, instead of contracting this out all the time. This is such, it's such a prevalent demand that it's worth our interest. It's a wise use of tax dollars to go ahead and hire somebody or take somebody within and train them in that area. And I suppose as far as I'm looking at this as a governance sort of issue and fiduciary responsibility, it's that idea that the communication with us, with the board, as it goes along through the process in the building. And again, this would only be for large contracts. But I just think it's very doable, and that we could at times, just like I think all of us today have provided very valuable feedback. I mean, I've learned a lot from y'all. And so I think I don't want the department to see it as an impediment, right? It's meant as a help, you know, as a support mechanism, as maybe we could think about addressing a certain problem in a different way than perhaps we have before. So that's all.
I agree with that, and the reason why, when I made the original request for the contracts, and the reason why I used the threshold of $50,000 is because, well, sort of used inflation a little bit, but having done this same thing, made the same request with the two-year colleges, and the end result was a long list of prosecutions, which I don't think we'll have here. But what happened in the past in another situation does not need to be repeated, and that's also not saying that it will be repeated based on what, you know, I agree with what you just said. But at the same time, it provides the opportunity for shared information, which protects everyone. And when the board members receive on an ongoing basis, not only does it become sort of a habit in providing it to us, but it also provides some security and safety for all of us. And so we're not blindsided later on. We're not surprised. And we can also look at contracts, like you said, perhaps there are contracts where they've provided training and so forth over the years, but the results just aren't there.
Correct. Right.
And that's what is really a concern, I think, in K-12. It's not the construction cost or the little things that they slide in and we'll keep it under $50,000 so that we don't have to report it. But in the long term, when you look at that and and I just made the request for a 5-year period of time, but the ongoing expenses and the lack of a positive impact should be enough for the board to look at those contracts and wonder whether it's wise. And I agree with you, perhaps it means hiring staff.
And
Ladies,
not always, but sometimes.
in terms of requesting the contracts, I remember you doing that, but we don't have them. What mechanism are you proposing for us to not be a nice to do, but to expect them to be here?
Getting contracts is one thing. That's obviously means something we provide. Contracts are public. When they get signed, the last person here and they go out of the building. But now, I have real concerns about the board getting involved before a contract's even developed, like in choosing vendors and who's gonna get to. That really worries me. I do not get
I don't
involved in
want
those
to be
things
involved.
because that's where
Right,
we have
that
had
that's what
part.
you're saying.
legal troubles before.
Right,
So
no.
I would think you don't, well, just let me finish.
Okay.
I think what you want is to, when the contract is, so those things are determined. I do not get involved in that. Say, if ARI or child nutrition or whoever, they've got a project, they determine the RFP, those kind of things. Whether it's a sole source is determined outside this building by the governor's office. You know, we have to justify if we think it's a sole source, but we cannot determine if it's a sole source. Governor's office has to determine that. And then they send it back to us and tell us if it is or not. And then I don't get them until all of that's been done. And then if there's a RFP, until the RFPs have been scored, I don't see who's responded to the RFP, what's been scored. And I don't want to see any of that because y'all know we've had some people go to prison who got involved early in the process. And I know that's not what you want, but that's the safest thing is for you as a board to get those contracts after they've gone through the whole process here in the building. And I've signed it, which means that we now turn it over to the legislature to go through contract review. And then I think if you say, well, you know, we want to know more about this contract or this, you know, of course, contracts they're time limited. Usually they have something built in where they can, you know, if it's a 1-year contract, it can be rolled to a 2-year contract. I don't think most of them are not more than 3 years unless it's a testing contract, and they're usually, I think they can be up to 7 years, maybe 5, but 5. So there are, and there are big contracts like our test. And of course, y'all know this month, we sent an amendment, contract review, for the ACAP test, the ACAP summative that they were presenting earlier, because we changed our standards. So when we changed our math and English standards, that's costing us $1.5 million to get new test questions written to the new standards. And so I think those are very legitimate questions, but like, I can't say when early in the process, you know, you'd want to be involved in saying, well, you know, maybe we want a different vendor to do. I mean, I just think that those are things that need to be done by the staff internally.
Well,
And then when the contract's developed, the board.
When we,
discuss it.
using that example of the assessment,
Yes.
that was done beautifully. We came together and we said, here's what we want, you know, of the assessment. We said, you know, we want timely information. We want it tied to our standards. We want good technical support. We determined what we wanted from an assessment because we were tired of the ACT Aspire not listening to our demands. I mean, that's bottom line. And so then we said what we wanted in an assessment. And then Maggie and others said, okay, here's a plan. They presented us a plan before they went and contracted with the company. I didn't care what company it was. All I cared about was this is what we want. If you can meet our non-negotiables, go for it. You know, so I'm not saying I want to pick company A or company B. That's not my business. But what I do like is when the board on large contracts, right? Not talking about tiny things, but large contracts, when it is something that impacts the students of our state, we just want to have input into it. You know what I mean? Especially before we're locked into something that might be a 5-year contract, right? That then you can't get out of it. And maybe it doesn't meet what we, the board, would believe to be the most essential components of whatever that is. I think, at least for me, just to have discussion on these big issues that, especially those that we would be locked into for multiple years. And
But
I can't speak for my other board members, but
I think we're kind of looking at a different perspective, but a same perspective, in that we actually had, as you recall, because you were here for a lot of the discussions having to do with ACT Aspire, in that we didn't, as a board, have any direct involvement for a good reason. And I agree, that's not where I'm coming from. I just think that when the board has that information, I don't think it'll happen, but it's less like it keeps us informed. Instead of just, for years, I've requested the contract review committee agenda, and that's helped me. And I think all of the board members, thankfully, as a result, received it as well. And it's helpful, but sometimes you miss that. If we had an ongoing, just information. But I think that most of our assessments have been preceded by discussions by the board. And that's I think, what you're trying to warn us
And I think,
about.
I don't want to jump in front of Ms. McCray, but I think that is, so like with the assessment, the board didn't want ACT Aspire anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That was obvious, voted to do away with that. And then to look for another assessment. And so then that all happened during the transition years I was coming in. So what we did first thing is we appointed a group of practitioners. We had about 50 or 60, I'm looking at Maggie. We met several times, but there was an RFP process that I stayed completely out of, and y'all stayed out of. So the contract, none of us sitting around this table were involved in not reading the RFPs, not looking at the proposals, not developing the contract. So the policy piece that we want a new test, and we want a test that's written to Alabama standards rather than an off-the-shelf test, yes, and that should be the board's role. But then hand that over to the department staff. Now you go take this, work in that case with a team of practitioners around the state, develop an RFP, get the RFPs, go through that process, and then what comes back finally to the board was never even the contract. It was this is the results of that RFP. This is what our committee recommends, that we go with the DRC to develop the ACAP. There were 3 respondents to that. And then what the board voted was, yes, then this is, you take that, now you go develop a contract with those folks. And so, but as far as the development of the contract and all, the board was not involved in any of that until it went to contract review. And then it comes on the contract review agenda, and the contract is publicly available for the board or anybody else to look at. So I just think we just need to talk, we need to have this discussion, because I think there's a place where you can get what you want, but not create inefficiencies or legal problems for you or the staff. And I know that's not what you want. And that's why I proposed, and I know it's the last month, as y'all know, has been crazy with the legislative session, But we have still talked this week, I said, and when the legislature adjourns, we've got to get together this webinar for legal, and they've been working even with the lawyers and ethics and the governor's office on content to first just kind of explain the process, because it's a confusing process, and then figure out where those trigger points might be. But I'm talking too much, and I know Ms. McCray wants to speak.
Yes, when I ran for this office, I served 16 years on a local school board, and we had to deal with contracts. And I was really looking forward to not having to deal with contracts. Let me tell you, it's very complicated, way over my head on this level, I can tell you that. It was over my head sometimes on my local board, but I had to trust our staff. I did. I trusted our staff. I worked with them for years. I saw them go through numerous audits. And somewhere there has to be a level of trust. I knew I didn't hire any of the staff, but some of you did. So you apparently had trust in them. You're asking for a lot when you want to step into that world. Now, if you know of some wrongdoing, please make it public.
No, it's information. It's just the same
Okay,
information.
So you don't know of any actual wrongdoing that needs to be investigated?
But nobody said that. Nobody's making
There
any
was an
sense.
implication.
No, that was in the
whole
past.
thing, there's an
That was-
implication there, and that pains me, because the staff that I have
No, I
have
don't-
met,
I think you
I
misunderstood it.
think are very competent and honest and wonderful people. And that's my personal opinion.
Belinda, I don't think anyone ever intended it to be that way. It's a matter of, especially as we're looking at a new plan, to have information when somebody calls and they ask you about a certain contract and you don't even know about it. It's not yours to be involved in because of the state laws, but as far as information, I simply used the two-year college situation but when we were overseeing it, because I was actually a part of exposing that situation, and it's totally different, and that was the point that I was making, is that that's certainly not the purpose here. And in that case, there were a lot of things that if the board had been on a regular basis informed about some things, we probably at least one or two or three or four or five of us would have caught on that there was a problem. That's not the case here. This is just simply when you get a contract review committee agenda and it has $13 million for an assessment, it's information that board members, state board members should at least have. It's not our job to be a part of that contract. And yes, I'm aware of a lot of little things that you've had to deal with and the big things, especially with construction. That's your job at the local level, and thankfully we do not have to do that. But I do want to know about something before it's either printed in the newspaper or if a vendor happens to tell me at a meeting. But it also helps me to see where we're headed as a department. And it's general information. It's not anything beyond that. But it does, I think, help, especially in the big picture items. And to see, again, where perhaps we're spending a lot of money for training, but we're not seeing a lot of positive benefits, at least we could at least look at that. And since we don't hire specific people as a state board, we rely on our superintendent. It's not a matter of a lack of trust, but it's a matter of working as a team. And that's where I think that it brings everyone into the picture and we're not left out. Because having been on this board when we operated as a team, we've gone through a phase, we'll blame it on COVID, where board members have not been as included, and the scores started going down. But when the board was together on a lot of the projects, things were actually happening. And I know that Dr. Mackey was at the local level at that time, and there was an element of enthusiasm. But that's where I'd like to see us again. If there's a problem, identify it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to come out of a book with contracts listed, and that's all. Seeing where our money is being spent, how it's being spent, and it's our money. I pay taxes and you pay taxes, but it's not accusing anyone of anything. It's just a matter of being informed, and that's extremely important.
Jason, I think,
I
will
was
say
just gonna
something.
answer one question, you're talking about the protections. Every contract that goes through, you know, obviously we have the writing process, and every contract comes to legal. And we have, and I can show you the list of like 12 to 15 clauses, mandatory clauses that are included in every contract. And those are includes, you know, certain elements of terminating contracts and board of adjust, you know, if there's a money controversy, they're required to go through the board of adjustments versus, you know, having suing the state for an amount of money. They're bound by what we can provide through the board of adjustments. And that's just a few examples, but we have a laundry list of protections that are built into every contract.
And that
And obviously
wasn't,
the RFP process, and, you know, there's a sole sort of process, like Dr. Mackey was saying, that goes through, that's approved outside of this office. And part of those protections include, you know, like Dr. Mackey was alluding to, you know, we don't want to run afoul of even the implication that any contract would be influenced, you know, even intentionally or unintentionally.
right.
Because it's such a delicate process, and there's so many different moving parts. And I can appreciate not wanting to do it. If I didn't have to do it, I wouldn't do it. But it is very complicated a lot of times, and we have so many contracts, obviously, that come through the department. I've said this many times. I've worked with 4 different agencies, and we go through probably in 2 months the amount of contracts that I would do in a year or more at the other state agencies.
I agree, and
Could it
that's
be improved?
education.
Sure, you know, we're in the process of constantly trying to improve those things, but we do include, every contract goes through rigorous review to make sure all those clauses, and I'm sure, you know, Ms. Bell and some folks in her family know that very well, to check off that there are protections in every contract, to protect you and to protect the department and the state.
And you're, again, it's not saying that they're not there. It's not making an assumption that there's a problem. It's providing information.
Yeah. And anytime, and I will say this, and I mentioned this to Dr. McCarty, we talked after the last meeting, if you get a call about a contract, any contract, you know, feel free to call me directly, call me at the office, and I can run down any contract we've got and give you the information real time. As long as it's during business hours, you can call me anytime, but it might be the next day that I get it to you because, you know, it'd be in the system.
Well, if we can get the same report before I get it from the agenda, because it has to go through that time where it goes from you to the state finance office, the governor's office, all those things that are in that line to be approved. Again, it's not about any question in terms of integrity, but I do know that a lot of what you just described, because you weren't here, happened because of what happened before. And it went, especially in education, it is spread across the state, but especially in education, that list that you have to check off is definitely, I think it's been improved, because in the past, and we could go through a history, we won't, but with just the examiners, for example, checking things off and the potential politics there, the history is extremely important in understanding, and no one's accusing anyone of anything. It's just a matter of having that information before, if the legislature gets it, why not state board members?
Jason, do you understand what report Ms. Bell is asking of you?
The report.
Yeah, what you sent before.
Oh, the contract.
Yeah, what you sent
We did
before.
provide that report.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Actual contracts.
I don't want the whole contract, but if there's one, I certainly, and I have done it in the past before you were here, but it's been so rare, maybe once in 20 years. I've been here for a long time, but the bottom line is that what you sent or what was sent to us in an email, where you had the listing and the money, all those things that I requested, and it was actually formatted exactly like I had requested it. No one wants me to, I don't want to be sent a 20-page or 50 or 100-page
But
contract.
if there's one that you do want to see.
I will
we can
check with
provide
you.
that too, so.
Yeah, but if you haven't heard from me, it's not significant to me.
I'll attribute my comment to an explanation that Dr. Mackey made. And that is, you talked about when the board decided they didn't want to go with Aspire. We had some discussions today about ACT and PSAT, and I assume that whatever program we result in will result in a contract of significant amounts of money. So procedurally, before that, I think that it would interest me in what we decide dollar-wise for examination, PSAT versus SAT, before you wrote that level contract or report, which is a procedural decision, not just an expenditure, contractual relationship decision, that we might have that information
Yes.
and look at? Because I don't know what you didn't tell us what you think you wanted to do. You didn't tell us what you thought you could get ACT if we do it uniformly with. But those are contractual dollar amounts that could be significant, and in no way
Right.
do I reflect any distrust in you or any of the staff, but my sense that we're procedurally deciding a process to affect all the school systems in Alabama.
And that would be, so there'd be two contracts. For ACT, obviously, we have a contract with them. So that would be, if we said we wanted to do ACT twice and say do early high school in ninth grade, then that would be a contract amendment.
Which could
that
involve
we'd have to
less
do,
money
which
or
goes
more
through-
money.
But it goes through the same process
Right.
as a new contract. So, so that, y'all talked about it. Now Maggie's talking with the you know,
Yes.
local, well, our local testing directors and all about it. And we would come back to you definitely before we made a move to change that. Because that also changes our ESSA plan,
Yes.
changes our accountability, state accountability plan, all of that. The contract piece would be, yes, negotiated basically by Maggie Hicks and her team.
That's what you did with
And
it when you
try to
went to
get
supplier.
what kind of price can they get? In that case, it's obviously a sole source, but we can't just say it's a sole source. We actually have to present it to the governor's office, to purchasing, and then they say if it's a sole source. And that one, most likely, I mean, nobody else can give the ACT.
But it's
And then-
PSAT versus ACT, and this is still the
Well,
same source.
right, so PSAT, College Board owns it, still would be a sole source. Most likely, we have to ask for that, but those are pretty easily determined to be a sole source. If we said we just want a new test, and we had a company that we really like working with, not saying anybody's doing anything wrong, but, well, we really like this company, so we're gonna say they're a sole source. Well, that's gonna be denied. It should be denied, because there are many companies that can obviously do that. And so you have to RFP it, go through a full bid process. But an amendment is a little faster, because generally you can get that through fast. So the amendment we did this last month was an additional $18 million for letters training, because we had federal money. We had to get to get the training in place for the fall, it had to move fast. Now, when I knew about that, we all have talked about letters. I don't think anybody disagrees that it's a good program. But that we were gonna do this new contract to expand that was probably the day before it went to contract review committee. Because they were working very hard in ARI to meet all the timelines, to get it to contract review on time, so that they could get the contract back and start the training this fall. But I don't want to be involved in the level of negotiation with vendors and all of that until they have. Now, if that had been something new completely from scratch, that would be different. But letters is something we've discussed multiple times. So it had to go through the whole process though. They got a sole source letter because they're the Voyager Sopris that owns it. They're the only company that provided. And we already have a contract with them. They've been doing it for 3 years now, so it made sense. So that went to contract review. Contract review, by the way, said this is probably the last time they're going to approve a contract for letters. We've spent too much money with that company, and they don't want to see any more contracts with letters.
That's what we need to know.
We'll see, but now in time, we'll see where we can go, and there are more steps beyond that. But see, they also they don't rubber stamp anything in contract review. It's a tough process, and you know they obviously are always looking for, why are you in this case? Why are you extending this contract? Staying with this company instead of opening it up and looking for other companies that might provide this same service. we can answer that question, because we think letters works. Our schools, we've bought into it, our schools have bought into it, and Jessica's our contract review person, and she did it. I mean, she had to answer those questions on the spot, and we got it through. But, you know, that same day, they, one whole agency, they denied every one of their contracts. Every contract in the agency. We've never, in my 3 years, we've never been in a position where they just flat out denied our contracts, because, you know, we want to prepare and get ready, but that's not saying they don't. Sometimes they'll hold contracts.
Can they hold them, or can they flat out deny them and reject them?
They can delay them. Well, they can
just
hold them
delay.
for 30 days. So what happens is if you, if they, I'm gonna let Jason explain it, but they can hold them. There is a way to go around contract review. It doesn't necessarily make friends for later contracts, but.
Yeah, we have certain exemptions in education for certain things, but they can delay the contract, and then that could put you in a precarious position to be able to have to start a new contract or you know, renegotiate the contract, because it might be, you know, for a specific amount, and that delay causes you to have to change the contract, so you have to start from scratch.
And obviously, so the governor has to sign every contract, final contract. And if the legislature's put a hold on a contract, we generally, we would get a call from the, you know, from her attorneys before they recommend she sign it and say, well, if the legislature doesn't want this contract for the agency, why should I sign it? And so, you know, sometimes she doesn't sign contracts that have been held. Now, again, we don't have any contracts being held, but I've watched it. I mean, this last month, there were probably half a dozen contracts.
And sometimes
that
they might
contract
delay,
review
just
refused
ask
to approve.
additional questions that you answer the next day. But they can also do that.
And they have held some, and I can't remember, but it was a contract several months ago where there was a question and a temporary hold was put on it. Like, we want this information, as soon as you get us this information, then we'll release it. And it was done by the same afternoon. I can't remember what it was, but so that can happen too. Sometimes it's just, we'll approve it, but not until we get this information. But it goes through that process. But you should be getting the contract review agenda when the contracts go over to them, and Ms. Norris sends that out to you. And if you're not, we need to know that, because for a while, but we had a situation maybe a year before last where they were not going out because we basically had a person that had to go on long-term medical leave, and she had done that work, and just nobody else picked up that they were going to contract review, but they weren't being sent to the board. And so once we found that out, and I think Dr. McCarty, you're the one who pointed out, why did y'all quit sending this report? Well, we were confused. What do you mean? We didn't quit sending it. Well, we did find out it was not, that secretary wasn't there anymore, so we think we've got that foolproof. But if you don't get it 1 month, and there's rarely a month we don't have something going on, even if it's, you know, the most common contracts are special education attorneys contracts, or what we have the most of.
And you'll get that one page with the summary.
Right.
That has the amount and just the basic information.
And then if there's any particular contract like on there, Jason can pull that contract or
I just, last time, and I cannot remember the name of the company. It was the name of I never heard of them before. But, and it was something about maybe summer feeding or something. And it was, why are we spending all this? So it was more, again, not accusing anybody of doing anything they shouldn't be doing. It was information that I want to be able to defend what y'all do. And if somebody comes up to me at a school or on the street or at a Chamber of Commerce meeting, that I can defend that, yes, this was a worthwhile contract. We needed this money to do X, Y, Z. It was allocation from the federal government, which could only be used for this purpose. But when I saw that name, even when I saw the squiggly little, it meant, and I was like, why? What problem are we trying to solve? What is this? But then I felt like I had understood that once it got to contract review, it's too late.
No.
There's nothing you can do. So I thought, well, there's no sense in me even asking about it because it's too late.
That's one of the provisions in our clauses that it is not a contract, it is not final until it receives all the requisite signatures and sign-offs and required steps. Like, and that being the last thing with the governor's signature. And I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but anytime.
I can't, and I'm sorry, I can't remember
Is it
either.
the advertising part of it that started with Tommy Bice?
Yes.
Yeah, he was
Yes.
somebody he knew from Alex City. Not saying that there was anything wrong with it, because I don't know the history,
No.
except I tried, the first time it appeared, and I remember the discussion, it was somebody who was a former student of his. And it's to advertise the free lunch program during the summers, the meals.
What was the name of it?
What is it?
Copper something.
That's it,
Yes.
yeah.
And I just thought, why, I just couldn't get my head wrapped.
Oh, yeah, since Tommy
Bice.
Bice. Yeah.
And they had already kind of created kind of an infrastructure, if I recall. I always-
No, that's actually when it started.
It was an RFP, it was awarded pursuant to an RFP,
But it
a couple of
started back
years
with
ago.
Tommy Bice, when he
Yeah,
was
a
here, that's
couple
how
years
many
ago,
years, because
and
that's
it
when it
was
started.
renewed because the Fed sent specific
No,
money
it's before you,
to
yeah.
increase advertising for food service programs. So the feds required us to advertise more, so we just amended the contract to add more money.
And
But
see,
it was
that's
secured
fabulous
through an
information, but I didn't have that.
And that's what,
And I wasn't sure who to ask.
Are y'all getting those one pagers?
We
I
get the
do.
contract review.
Okay.
We do. But it's just sometimes even when I get it, I'm like, why are we spending money on this? You know what I mean? It's like, I always start with what is the problem we're trying to solve? Then why do we need to spend money on it? Then what, and how does it work? And then how does it solve the problem?
And that's what I was gonna tell you too, all those funnel through, they might start all these different places, but they're gonna funnel through two places for sure. And that's with Andy in finance and in legal. So all of those are gonna make both those stops, every one of them. So, obviously you can always call our office and we can locate those and give you that, kind of detailed information. Because Jessica always handles, and she does a fabulous job handling the contract review, because it is almost a courtroom situation where you get asked things that you may, you've got to be prepared to answer everything. So anytime you get those, let me know, we can get you a copy of it or get you the additional detailed information from that particular section.
and sometimes if you look at it, it'll have well, it does have the funds. If it's federal funds, it's often, not, I'll just say normally, but it's often because it's required in the expenditure to have that part of it to get the word out, for example. I mean, it's just, but that's one thing, that one is federal funds. It's not just state. But so that's kind of a clue. But yes, and I remember the history. I remember when it started, and we asked questions back then. But if you're new to the board, then you wouldn't know, and that's where the information would be helpful.
Okay, good. I was just this is not really a question, but it sort of will go into a question. Those of us that were able to attend the banner schools, we saw some fabulous things going on. And I wish Vic was here, but maybe hello, Vic. I think, and my question is, and maybe y'all are aware, those videos, thank you, I was gonna try to use a different word, but those videos had tremendous, I was copiously taking down notes about the 3 B's, the boys, the books, and the breakfast or something, But, I'm hoping that those are distributed to the other schools as a means, again, with all this money coming down, that would be a wonderful venue that's really cost them no more than a little blueberry muffin. But, but then that was like, people were going, it's simple, but yet the dynamics of it. So what I was going to ask, and I'll follow through, or does someone in this room know, are those videos, once they're awarded the winning, are those videos distributed so that the other schools, and not so much, I don't want, no offense, superintendent, it's the teachers that need to see these, or the curriculum supervisors, or the
community.
department head.
Yes.
Well, the community, yes, could be segued
They don't
into it,
always,
but they
there
don't
were
always
things
see
I
it, but
saw.
like department heads or whatever. So does anybody know that answer, or?
I don't know the answer to it.
Oh, you
No,
do?
Elizabeth might.
Yes, they do several different things. They will push out and highlight one a month in their email blasts that go out to their members.
Now, you're talking about class.
Yes, ma'am, and
Okay.
then they will highlight them. They'll have tables at their summer convention that will be at in June. And they had them there to ask questions about, people could go and ask questions and see, and then they push out.
So you see it filtering down,
Yes,
to, again, it's the teachers that sometimes, or curriculum supervisors, or Title I, facilitators. So you have seen that actual filtering down?
Yes, ma'am, but now I'll say this, because I'm a member, I get those emails, so I can talk to Vic and Danica both, because with my email blasts, they go out to every teacher. Teacher
There you go.
gets once a month, only once a month.
Yeah, that's all
And
we
if they
want.
would give me that permission, I can include them in there, because I include all of their other stuff, but
If you
the
don't
best
mind,
thing
that
they
would
do
be
is
great.
highlight them, at their conference, but again, there are not many teachers at the class summer conference, so I'll be happy to ask and.
Okay.
Yeah, send it,
You'll do that?
send it
That's
to
great.
us.
Yes.
Yeah, so we could actually blast it out with his permission. That would be,
Right.
I would like to do
And
that.
then since
Sounds
I have your
wonderful.
attention, the reading specialist with the letters training, are they doing the admin training, or are they doing what the teachers are going through?
Which ones, like the old time principal coaches or the actual
The
local?
actual local reading specialist that would be disseminated, or I want the reading specialist to have the nuts and bolts. Because the administration one isn't the nuts and bolts as much. They need as much information so
yes.
that when they are modeling and going into
Yes,
the
they're
class.
going through that.
Is that what they're
Yes,
getting?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I thought, I don't know if they need the administrator.
No, but I'm hoping I didn't want to say that, but that's a whole, I've been to both, and the
Yes, yes, ma'am.
elementary one is so much better.
And
Deeper.
yes, ma'am. Our regional principal coaches, they've got a fancy name, they have gone through both, but the actual, either regional or local reading specialist, it's the full 8 modules. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you, thank you. Other questions? Questions? Dr. McCarty, are you done? Are you questions? I didn't mean it that way.
You did. Yes, you did.
It came out that way, and I thought.
Well, the only other question, and it's more of a, I don't know, of a request in a way, but, is the Literacy Act. We don't know for sure if it, we don't know what's gonna happen on Monday, right, with the retention.
Monday.
So that's, we can't know that. But as I understand it, whatever happens with the retention piece, the rest of the Literacy Act
Yes.
is intact.
That's right.
Is that correct? Am I
It
understanding?
is, and
it
we are
correctly?
very worried about that. The messaging around that, I had this discussion with Mark Dixon last night, because we're all trying to message, because there is a feeling that keeps getting back to me. We hear from teachers, not from teachers directly, the superintendent's all I've heard from, but that many teachers think that the bill that's currently before the House, it's passed the Senate, came out of the House committee, that it delays the implementation of the Literacy Act. It does not. It delays only the retention piece for 2 years. And so all the things they're doing with portfolios, with formative assessments, with direct instruction, none of that slows down. And we're really worried about it. And I think that the legislators, can't obviously speak for them, but some of them have talked to me, the ones that are worried about the bill passing, that are not in favor of it, their fear is that it will be interpreted that it puts everything on hold, when all it puts on hold is the retention piece. I will tell you this on the retention piece, whether, how you feel about the retention, we have a lot of people feel different ways, I'm sure board members do too, but the fact that we had 93% participation in the summit assessment this year does make it more likely we can actually do it next year. I had not said this because I was keeping my fingers crossed, but had we had like 40% participation rate, we would not have been able to do the standard setting this year. And so without cut scores, you can't know what that score is. But because we did have a high rate, we'll be able to do standard setting this summer, as Ms. Hicks already eloquently said, and then we'll have those cut scores in the fall. Now I look to my left and right, my statisticians there, but as well I understand it, Dr. Boyd, those have to be kind of verified a second year. So they'll set cut scores this fall, this summer, but they're basically preliminary, because then they have to do a second round of what they call census testing, statewide testing, because if they're are huge inconsistencies, then they'll adjust the cut scores because of reliability. And that's a possibility because of COVID. So let's say that the cut score, I'm just making a number up, for grade level reading in third grade is a 273 on the third grade reading test. And then next year, the scores are widely different when we give the test in spring of 22. They might come back and say, well, we thought it was 273, but that really number should be at 278 or at 260. And so it's kind of driving, not exactly in the dark, but maybe at dusk, because you don't know exactly what those targets are going to be. We'll know closer what they're going to be by this summer, late summer. But we won't know the exact until after that second set of data come in. And we're really rushing it. I mean, the purists, those statistical purists would say you need 2 years of pure census data before you even set a number. But that would mean we would not have cut scores until like 24. And obviously we all know we can't do that. So
the current law says it implements the 23.
It's in next year, 22.
Without the 22.
The 21-22 school year.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And then the proposed bill would delay it 2 years, so that'd be the 23-24.
Just the retention.
Just the retention piece.
Was there somebody that thought they threw in maybe 1 year delay, or
There
was
was-
that?
There was a
not-
discussion about 1
discussion.
year, but there was no, the amendment was
Never
not
came.
made.
Okay, gotcha.
It was stayed 2 years.
It stayed 2 years. Thank you.
And just if we can communicate that with,
Yes.
that no matter what happens on Monday.
Well, let's wait and see what happens Monday, because that's what I would think, just let, get
Right,
through
right,
Monday
you're
so
right.
we don't confuse the matter.
But maybe
If it
your
passes
midweek
Monday,
matters.
then we will absolutely
Next week.
push it out 50 different ways, I promise.
Now, in Mississippi, they did delay it a little bit more than what this particular, our
They
law.
did.
Yeah.
So they've already had the retention piece for 3 years, I think.
I think you're
And
right.
they delayed it this year, so they're not, I think, they're not doing the retention this year or next year, I think. I'm not certain about that. Do you know, Dr. Davis, specifically? But you're right, they did, and I apologize, I don't know exactly, but they did.
No, it was just a little bit
adjustments.
longer than what the legislature decided for us, for Alabama. And they were basing a lot of the plan on what was done in Mississippi. That was just one piece of it, which is major. But it'll be interesting to see, I agree.
Thank you.
Yes, no, you're welcome. We'll see. Monday's gonna be an interesting day over there. You know, we still have a couple of other things that are in play.
That's a nice word.
But we don't know we'll see. I promise you'll get, Sarah and Jessica and I will be around, and we'll try to get some,
No pun intended. You're not putting any bets on it, are you?
no, sir, there will be no bets from me.
So on the floor is the kindergarten bill and the literacy retention bill. That's kind of that we should keep our eyeball on, and textbooks.
Textbooks, all could pass, yes. They'll have to adopt new calendars, because the calendars that they adjourned on were not continuing calendars. So one of those that was on there is obviously the retention piece, but those will have to, those calendars will have to come back. And there's still other bills that are, like the Tier 2 bill, remember the Tier 2 retirement bill, the yoga bill? They passed on the last night, but a different version passed the Senate than the House. So they're currently now in conference. And so we'll find out on Monday whether they accept the conference report or, well, they're technically not in conference. They are in limbo. When they come back in Monday morning, they will take readings from the Senate, and the House will decide whether to send those bills to a conference committee or to concur the Senate changes, or to non-concur, which kills the bill. So there are 3 options that could happen to all of those bills. They're not, even though the Senate passed them, they're not done yet because they had to go back to the House in a different form.
Speaker's busy.
Dr. Boyd, ready for number?
Yes, absolutely. Number 3 on the agenda. So
I'm gonna take a
this
break.
presentation is on the Alabama Administrative Code and the changes that we'd like to propose to the board. I appreciate the dedication and hard work that Dr. Meyer and her team did to get this together there. It's completely revamped, reorganized, easy to understand, easy to follow booklet there. So on the first slide, I'll advance this slide here, covers the authorization, which is to change this particular thing, and then a little summary of what's going on here. So every page has been revised, and the blank pages have been eliminated. I'll explain that in a second. The order of each teaching field or area of instructional support has been revised to alphabetize within the major categories. So if you open up the very first page, which is 241, you will see that there is some indentations, for example, with 290-3.
Oh, this right here. Oh, I thought you were the water.
So you can see some indentations in the middle level teaching field. So you have English language arts, mathematics, general science, and social studies. So it makes it real easy to follow, considerably easier than it was before. And with the indentations, you see that it falls under that particular section, as in the case of middle level, which is 0.09. And then for career technical education, which is 0.15, you can see how it's indented. It goes on into also general science, which is 0.27, still on page 241. You can see how it's much easier to follow here. So you actually have the rules number on the left, and you have the page number at the end of the title there, which makes it real easy to find. So you can go exactly where you need to go with this. So I'm going to skip over to show you what the old rule numbers look like. So you could see in black is what the new numbers look like, which I just shared with you. But look on the left-hand side. That was the old numbering system. So you had 2 dots in there. So effective duties was on page 252. So the old numbering system was 290, of course, because that's the code, -3, which is required. And then you would have 0.01 and then 0.01 again. Very awkward and cumbersome. So now it's much more streamlined. It'll be easier for you to do it. Our educators to look at it and so forth, I think save a lot of people a lot of time, and it's a great job that was done by the team here. So the next things, the pages have been renumbered as 241 through -403.76 rather than 241 401.59 to eliminate the numbers such as, again, the double decimal situation, which I just talked about, having 2 decimal points into the numbers, which is real confusing for someone, particularly someone who's not accustomed to the code to follow. So you may ask your question, why didn't we get red lines? We usually get red lines in all of this. Well, if we would have done that, this 238-page booklet would have been 476 pages. So in order to save paper, we did it this particular way, provided this PowerPoint to list the changes that exist there. So some of the major changes there. So we eliminated the practice core, and some of our deans mentioned how that was a really good thing there. So of course, since that's eliminated for admission to Class B program course, our education preparation administrative code has to reflect that. Arts and science type majors for most secondary P12B teaching fields. In the past, our teachers of math had to take all the exact classes that a math major had to take. That changed recently, so it had to be reflected in this particular code. Also, the reduction of required teaching field semester hours from 32, of which 19 are upper level division, to 30 and 18. Again, it's reflective in this new book here. Also, major changes, the addition of the requirements based on the Alabama Literacy Act, Rule 07, 08, and 0.37. So 07 deals with early childhood education, 0.8 deals with elementary education, and 0.37 is the special education component. The education preparation program required it to be accredited by CAPE. This is something that was recently passed by the board. It's also incorporated in that, and it's Rule 0.59. Middle level teaching fields, so it covers all the new areas. This is also a new change there to add the middle school programs in there. So 0.09 deals with general rules associated with middle level. 0.10 is English language arts. 0.11 is mathematics. 0.12 is science, and then 0.13 is social studies. And then, of course, computer science teaching field, the Rule 0.20. The recent changes, again, that was made and approved by the board are all inclusive of this. The additional changes also include the national organizations, the input from them. So CAPE which is of course a requirement now for all of our schools. The core teaching standards, that has incorporated in that. The advanced program rules are incorporated in that. So other national organizations that are affiliated with our teachers across the state for early childhood, we've incorporated those standards. The National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, or NCTM, is included. The National Science Teachers Association rules of .12 and .27 have been incorporated. The group of educators representing health education, those rules have been incorporated. English for speakers of other language has been incorporated. The library science and media programs have been incorporated, and the leadership program has been incorporated. So all of those different organizations at the national level, their rules have been incorporated into these new, in our new administrative code, which you have here in front of you in the brightly colored letter. Any questions?
I will have them, but my brain is tired.
Well,
I was about to say, you can
And I
ask
just, is
questions.
it okay if I can reach out to you with
Absolutely,
questions?
absolutely.
No.
He was hoping that you would say that. I could see it on his face.
No, you might be gone, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask questions, if you'll let me.
I'll stay if y'all ask the questions.
Okay, so in this, and Dr. Meyer, this may be for you too.
All right.
I was, this was a lot to take in, I'll just tell you. No. So, but anyway, it opened up on page 290. And on page 290, educator prep, faculty. And it says the faculty must include at least 3 full-time persons with doctorates and with professional education work experience in grades K through 6. So remember this morning we had these wonderful colleges in here, college prep organizations. And one question I asked was, how many full-time faculty do you have in your College of Education? So does this mean that
This is for elementary education.
For elementary education.
And all, the minimum number was 4, and those programs have elementary education programs.
Right.
But you asked how many education faculty. They didn't tell you how many arts and science faculty are also supporting the programs.
So they would count
They can
in this
count,
number?
yes. For
Okay,
example,
just making sure.
That's a good question. Member for the math program or the music program might be in a different department on campus, but they have to be knowledgeable about the ed prep program, advise students, et cetera, but you asked about how many were in education. and
Right.
That's what they gave you.
So, well, it implies that they've got educational work experience in grades K through 6.
That's because it's you're reading the elementary faculty standard.
So do the others have this requirement too?
Yes, they have to have, the secondary people don't have to be have been secondary teachers.
Okay.
For early childhood, they have to have people who taught at the early childhood level. In elementary education, the faculty has to have elementary teaching experience and so on.
And Dr. Meyer, I'm sure you have a checklist.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, okay.
Faculty every year, at every institution.
I trust you. I trust you. I just had never seen, and this is a little bit big. That had never jumped out at me before. I thank you.
78, 79.
And if she finds a discrepancy, she will call.
Absolutely.
And see what's going on.
Good, that's right.
That's
And
great.
you'll be cited and written up.
Yes, and we want you to be.
Well, she checks. Believe you.
Very good.
And do
That's all
take the
question I have.
time, go through these, so this will be on June's agenda for that, the announcement that we intend
Right.
to adopt, and then you vote 2 meetings later than that, so, obviously, if you've got,
No,
it
I'm
won't
good.
become an official rule till the end of the summer, but take time to go through it and have questions.
You have awesome.
Please call
I know, I
Dr.
have
Boyd
awesome
or Dr.
records.
Meyer with those questions.
Even after Dr. Boyd leaves, we want your number. They're extending the
No, he's trying to
requirements
go
beyond your
before we
contract.
dig into the, you know.
No, it's
all
good.
the-
It's, I mean, a lot of time and effort was, I mean.
Oh, no, 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 no. It looks
Excellent.
so much better, so much better.
Oh, it is.
So much
It's-
cleaner
I
and
agree.
easier to find things. Yes.
Dr. Meyer,
Yes,
yes.
absolutely.
Yes.
Manages COVID and being at home.
No, it's great. It's, I can find stuff.
Yes.
And then, we know that we're gonna vote on item number 10, I think I already closed my book, 10, about the Montgomery.
Yeah.
So that will be on the board agenda for a vote. And with that, good night all.
You used the right term.
It's not that late. I'm gonna go to a soccer game.
Soccer game?
Yeah, my little